Okay, so today we will have two sessions for this morning. The presentations will be on eradicating FGM in the SADC region through CSO lens, campaign to end FGM and taking stock of the adoption and implementation of the SADC PF, of the SADC model law on eradicating child marriages and protecting those already in marriage. So we are going to hand over to our distinguished resource person, namely Miss Sally from Equality Now, to make her presentation. Miss Sally, the floor is now yours.
A very good morning to you all. Allow me to observe the protocol. Honorable Chair, Kelly Saminadine. I hope I did it well, Madam Chair. Honorable members here present, Honorable SG Boemo Sekoma, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, all protocol observed. Allow me to make a presentation on eradicating FGM in SADC region through the CSO lens as part of the campaign to end female genital mutilation. Next slide. Next. So generally, when we are talking about female genital mutilation, we'll use the World Health Organization definition. It refers to all procedures that involve partial or total removal of external female genitalia and any other injury to the female genital organs for non-medicinal purposes. It is classified in 4 types. There is type 1, where there is partial or total removal of the clitoris or the prepuce, which is also referred to as clitoridectomy. Then there's type 2, which is also partial or total removal of the clitoris and the labia minora with or without excision of the labia majora. Then there's type 3, which is narrowing the vaginal orifice with creation of a covering seal by cutting and repositioning the labia minora and the labia majora with or without excision of the clitoris, which can also be infibulation. Then there's type 4, which is all other harmful procedures to the female genitalia, and this may include pricking, piercing, incising, scraping, and cauterization. Next slide. So to speak more to the types, where you see the pink, the pink color concentration is what refers to that particular type in terms of what is being cut or being modified. So for type A, there's removal of the prepuce or clitoral hood, which can also be referred to as circumcision. So where the prepuce is where the pink concentration color is on, that is what will be removed as part of type A, female genital mutilation. Type 1B is also a combination of the clitoris with the prepuce together, where the pink concentration is. Next slide. Then there is another type again, which then remove the labia minora only and leave the other parts. And then the other 1B, the other 2B is partial or a total removal of the clitoris and the labia minora. Then type C Let's go to the previous. Then there's type 3B, which then is the removal and appositioning of the labia majora with excision of the clitoris. Next slide. Then type 4, like I said, it speaks to any harmful practice that then happens, which is all this work is happening around the female genitalia. It's pricking, piercing, incising, scraping, and cauterization. Next slide. So when we talk about female genital mutilation at a glance, UNICEF did a research, and in this research, there was statistics that 230 million girls and women globally have undergone female genital mutilation. And Equality Now also did a global report, which targeted 92 countries globally, and showed that while prevalence of female genital mutilation have declined in some countries across the continent, Africa specifically, girls 14 to 19 years, we still have the number of women and girls affected by FGM in Africa, which have increased from 140 million due to population growth to 144 million. Some countries where progress in the past 30 years in reducing prevalence rate of female genital mutilation include Somalia, Mali, the Gambia, Guinea, and Senegal. So when we talk about FGM, it's linked to other violations such as child marriage and teenage pregnancy and defilement of child rape. Next slide. When we look at our map as Africa, we then see that from the report we did as Equality Now, when we come to Southern Africa, there are countries where there is no prevalence data rate, but there is mention of female genital mutilation, and mostly the countries are concentrated in the SADC region. So we have the Democratic Republic of Congo, we have Malawi, we have South Africa and Zimbabwe. Next slide. So when we talk about our region, Tanzania, from the report that have been done by Equality Now, we have shown that the FGM prevalence was on 8% among women and girls aged 15 to 49. And while there is no official data on FGM prevalence in SADC countries as a study, what is happening is that FGM is known to take place within certain communities in a number of countries. In Zambia, for example, through the UNICEF study, the Sexual Behavior Survey of 2009 demonstrated that there is a prevalence rate of 0.7%. And then for Democratic Republic of Congo, 5% prevalence rate. Next slide. Zimbabwe, there are reports that document circumcision among the Tonga community in Binga. And this is used to facilitate conception. Those are the reports that it used to be practiced as a way of practicing conception to women who had trouble in getting pregnant. Though there are also reports that are also saying there is practice within the community, such as infibulation, the type 3 that we spoke about earlier on. So they are documented in a small number of ethnic groups. In Malawi, the UN Human Rights Committee in 2014 also expressed concern about report of prevalence rate of female genital mutilation, especially in the communities around the southern part of Malawi. And this is targeting 10 to 15-year-old girls. In South Africa, the prevalence of female genital mutilation have also been placed among few ethnic groups, including the Venda from Limpopo province and some ethnic communities in Eastern Cape region, and also in diaspora communities within South Africa. Next slide. Other forms of female genital mutilation, such as labia elongation, have also been reported to be practiced in Southern Africa, specifically in Mozambique, Zambia, and Malawi. In Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. And then the FGM practice among migrant communities have also been reported and received attention in Western countries, who are also people who are coming from here. So the FGM is reported to be practiced from source as in home country, then taken into the Western countries amongst the migrant population. However, not much attention has been paid to programs that have to do with FGM in migrant communities within Africa, specifically within the SADC region. So for instance, FGM by the Somalian refugees, because part of Somalia has high prevalence rate of female genital mutilation. The SADC countries are also home to migrants from Somalia, but no studies have been done to date to paint a picture to say how is it practiced and if it is being practiced and how it is also influencing the practice amongst communities that the migrants are located. Next slide. So when we talk about progress so far, as SADC, we have Tanzania where there have been a law to criminalize female genital mutilation in 1998. Since then, the prevalence rate have been reported to have decreased from 18 to 8%. And the progress in Tanzania is evidence as there are now more girls participating and reporting is happening because there is now a law in place. And then we celebrate again the amazing work of you through the SADC PF of the SADC model law on ending gender-based violence, which also defines harmful practices, including FGM as a form of gender-based violence. Next slide. So some of the challenges and recommendations are there is lack of sufficient data in the Southern Africa region. Regarding to female genital mutilation, including amongst the minority, these are ethnic groups, and the migrant communities that we are home to. It is recommended that SADC Parliamentary Forum, through you, Madam Chair and Honorable SG, consider to really collaborate with member states to undertake a research and study on the current status of female genital mutilation in the region, the experiences of different countries around, the attitudes of community members in terms of the reason that are allowing this practice to happen, the good practices where communities are standing up against female genital mutilation. For example, some of the reports have been around in Tanzania. There are now alternative rites of passage that do not involve female genital mutilation for girls. And then progress made towards FGM, because as it has been a practice, various communities within the region may have had a lot of initiatives, but it's undocumented. And then a few Southern African countries, such as Malawi, do not have specific laws against female genital mutilation. So for those countries that have prevalence rate, they do not have laws in place. So the role of SADC PF, the role of SADC parliamentarians and national parliaments is to also ensure that there's prioritization of putting laws in place in line and in accordance with the SADC model law on ending gender-based violence, which provide for harmful practices that identify female genital mutilation as a form of gender-based violence. And then due to lack of data and perception that FGM prevalences are very low, there's lack also of interest. So if there's no data, there's no interest. There are no laws, the practice continue with impunity. Violations of girls continue. Children's rights are compromised, resources are not allocated, and it continues to be a cycle. And when we look into the future of Africa and what sustains Africa, it's compromised because the practices continue to happen without a legal framework, without services that are required for survivors. So all the dreams towards Agenda 2040 will then also affect the realization. And then as part of the Sustainable Development Goal number 5, Target 3, which speaks to harmful practices, it then also shows that we will be lagging behind. So those are also, it is recommended that the SADC representative encourage governments to deliberately and intentionally invest in programs geared towards ending female genital mutilation and encourage stakeholders to join this fight. Next slide. Thank you. So to get us started, I would invite you to also share your country's reflections and experiences or questions, thoughts around female genital mutilation in the region. Or you could just debrief. How are you feeling about this conversation that you have just come into in the beginning of the day to talk about harmful? Lesotho, Honorable.
Thank you very much. Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much for such a quick and brief presentation. I'm surprised that in some of the examples you're making, you don't have Lesotho there, because we have a very, very prominent cultural practice, both for men and female, that we call traditional circumcision schools. And we do have this for both genders. Um, and I may not know in details what happens in the female circumcision schools. I've gone to the male circumcision schools, but most definitely it's self-explanatory what is likely to happen. I may not know along the different types of mutilation you have described which one is being practiced, but we do have that element of women being taken to, not being taken at such, but being involved in that kind of cultural practice. So what I would just wonder is, to what extent do we intervene? Because some of these cultural practices are more self-inflicted, self-motivated. People do want to practice them. People decide to go, as much as we know that there are a few other people who this kind of practices are imposed on them because of societal expectations, all those kind of things. Then I would also say, where do we leave the male one behind? Are we saying it is medically justified? Because it's been promoted by a couple of organizations, and they're even donor funding for male circumcision and everything. Are we saying that one is justified compared to the female one? I don't have much knowledge about the female one, so I wouldn't really start saying maybe there are medical reasons that I don't know. But for us, there has been a lot of information being shared to say it's medically appropriate for male to do circumcision, and everything is even being done in hospitals. Hasn't there been any discovery of why women mutilation is happening? Is it purely cultural? Nothing of it has to do with any medical reasons. Those are things that really I think should be looked into. Then looking at other types like piercing, these are things that have been done by people themselves, the owners of the bodies. Most of the times, they're not a child being sent to somewhere by a parent to be pierced. This is the person who does it to themselves. What do we say about that? Are we going to be selective to say, okay, those that maybe it's part of, I would say, fashion or whatever people are doing it for? People pierce their ears all around, go to their belly buttons, go to their tongues, and then they decide to go elsewhere. So do we still categorize that as female genital mutilation, even though it's something that people do by choice? And then how do we also get into those conversations to say, what do women want? If they're inflicting this to themselves because they want it, how do we then relate it with those that then are being imposed to such practices? I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable, for bringing us to attention on Lesotho. So first, when you say to what extent do we intervene, we'll share as part of the presentation pack. I would say today we celebrate the prioritization of this committee on female genital mutilation as a key issue. So there's a Sustainable Development Goal Framework, goal number 5, target 3, which looks into harmful practices, which include female genital mutilation. So the role of national parliaments in terms of countries, their commitment, political will, and obligations around sustainable development goals could be an entry point for consideration. And then when we look into also, as part of Africa, the continent, there's also an anti-FGM campaign. So SADC is part of Africa, we contribute to the broader campaign. Then international law have also classified female genital mutilation as a form of gender-based violence. So within our laws and policies of gender-based violence is looking into how is female genital mutilation also part of it. And then the Convention on Torture, the CEDAW, the Convention on the Rights of Children have also, prohibited female genital mutilation as a violation of rights. And then when we look into the most of what have been the drivers of female genital mutilation, most of the time it's really centered on gender inequalities. It's trying to control sexuality of women and girls. It's trying to preserve or traumatize them around sexual and reproductive realities that are happening around their body physiology changes, but to try and really act as a deterrent so that they don't even think about sex or they are really traumatized around it. But when we look into the effects of it, it's getting into life, it's affecting even the health implications of it, really. So the first element that is happening there in those that are practicing it, even those that have spoken about how it is being medicalization as an argument, when you look into most of those, the issues of consent, the issue of rights violations, the effects, the lack of services for support, the trauma that it is bringing in. And just recently to countries like Sierra Leone, where even we had 3 girls dying in those shrines. So I would say the international law mechanisms, regional framework, including the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of Children, could be also what honorable members could consider to look into ensuring that oversight is being exercised on member states in terms of their obligation to protect the rights of children. And then, yes, as you have said, do we then say if it's happening to boys, we then don't treat it with the same agency? Again, is what we were talking about to then say the studies that need to happen in the region. They're really looking into it as you would walk through the journey of how you experienced the male version. Your story, different stories, different practices, how it felt, what you still carry because of that experience. What others are still experiencing would be a starting point to then say, we take a pause and reflect and look into these are the realities of people. This is the potential of boys. This is how we want them to evolve as actors and as our children of Africa. Within the SADC region, what are some of the things that are coming in, and then begin to have evidence to push back on what may be the exciting thing of the moment, but may be harmful to the boy child. So it has also been identified that female genital mutilation is not a right that can be compromised. So no faith can come and say we justify, or no cultural practices. It is a violation by international law. So parliamentarians through SADC-PF, as we have prioritized and continue to put to priority and to fore the issue of ending female genital mutilation as a violation, as torture, as gender inequality. I think it will be an invitation through the SADC-PF to say, how do we pause and reflect now? Through to you, SG.
Bon dia, bonjour, good morning, honorable members. Through you, Chairperson, and happy birthday. The birthday Zimbabwe, okay. Happy birthday, honorable. Honorable members, you will notice that my interventions are really based on evidence and facts. While we've all agreed yesterday that, some of these issues have a political optic, some of them have, whatever, lens that we look at things. And I just wanted to say for the record, this is one of the traditions, like we spoke yesterday, I don't know whether it was in the debriefing, where we're talking about how I believe, it was actually in this session, how I believe actually has so much, catches fire. And, you have those who buy into it and eventually becomes the one who market and become gatekeepers of such a tradition. My intervention is that, science has proven that in fact, this type of practice, we're actually just being violent. Simply because if it is about control, if it is about making sure that women don't enjoy and therefore don't become promiscuous, because that is the belief, what we actually have to be doing is going to the organ in the brain, which governs pleasure. And therefore, you should be removing the amygdala or removing the hypothalamus. So when you think about it, whose interest, to the extent where control has to result in violation, are we preserving? And should we be hesitating to repeal, whether it's at traditional level or whatever it is, to actually just come out and condemn and say, not in this country, this shall not happen? I mean, these are things that catch up. I know sometimes we measure and say, okay, in most of our countries, it's the manipulation of the labia is not cutting. But the fact that we go to that extent, for whose pleasure? And we talk about others, yes, doing it unto themselves because they want, but in most cases, this is done without permission of children. So can a child really consent to FGM? I think those are the issues that I'm bringing as part of, as honorable members, interrogate, whether one should intervene or not, and whether this is, it's complex. I think we're dealing with complex issues often. It's not easy, and there's no one size fits all. But I think this is the beginning of us to contemplate with some of these practices that we need to be able to wash out and be able to begin to say, no, actually, this is wrong, regardless of whether it is protected by tradition or whether, we believe that there's nothing we can do about it. So thank you. And it's growing, like you say, honorable member is talking about how we are cutting our ears, we are doing all manner of things, but in this particular case, linked to gender-based violence, among others, let us really interrogate this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, SG. Any other reflections and sharing of experiences? Yes, Honorable.
Good morning. In the Kingdom of Eswatini, we do not have that many incidents of this. Actually, it's not part of even our culture to do this. What we've seen, though, from experience growing up, is that when we grew up, we used to have a number of our neighboring countries, maybe due to war or due to apartheid and other reasons, we'd have some children coming to stay with us in our families. So I remember growing up that we had another girl who, I think she was Mozambican. She was quite different when we had a bath. She was really, really different. But what I heard was that although right now I do understand that it is part of female genital mutilation, and it is violation of the girl child, but the messaging around it is that it gives extreme pleasure to men during sexual intercourse. And again, it goes to what the Secretary General was saying now, to say for whose pleasure. So right here, right now, I do believe that no matter what sort of narrative is being driven, for as long as this affects the girl child and it violates them in terms of their rights, I think we need to take it upon ourselves as the SADC PF and deal with it because it is not right. Yeah, I think that basically is it. But as we grow up as women, sometimes you think maybe Eswatini women are not as pleasurable as other women in the region, because they do a lot in terms of that. And I'm saying it with all humility, and I'm not trying to to pick on any country in that regard. But the narrative, you understand what the narrative is, and I think maybe let's have a conversation around really what is it, and what does it mean to us as women, and really, where is this going? I thank you, Chair. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable. So yes, with other types, apparently the ones where they saw, it means women are being cut every time you have childbirth and then you're being cut again. So the trauma of the body is continuous. Even for some of the, it's continuous. So different communities, different countries have different experiences, which is why with this session, it's to say, let's research more and look into our context. Thank you. I say Honorable Mozambique.
Muito obrigada, senhora presidente. Também quero saudar a nossa preletora pela forma didática e muito breve como apresentou esta questão, que é uma questão que preocupa a todos nós. Dizer que Moçambique tem práticas nocivas. Essas práticas que foram abordadas aqui acontecem em Moçambique, principalmente na zona centro e norte do país, não como estava a referir a mutilação, mas o alongamento. Essa é uma prática tradicional que a região centro e norte tem. As raparigas e os rapazes, quando atingem a fase da adolescência, são submetidos aos chamados ritos de iniciação. E esses ritos, eles vão ser familiarizados como a menina acham que já está numa idade de maturação que tem que ser ensinada como tratar o marido, como aquelas coisas todas. Depois ensinam também alongamento para dar mais prazer ao ato sexual para o seu marido se sentir bem. São essas práticas que têm acontecido no nosso país. Os rapazes também, quando atingem a fase da adolescência, são submetidos, ficam no mato, uma coisa de 1 mês, 2 meses, a serem ensinados como cuidar da mulher, e depois faz-se uma festa onde são recebidos. Essas práticas trazem algumas coisas não boas, porque a menina, quando sai dos ritos de iniciação, pensa que já está pronta para ir ao ato sexual. Mas é uma menina de 12, de 13 anos, que ainda não está preparada, mas ela, porque já foi ensinada, ela quer ir viver essa realidade que aprendeu lá. Consequentemente, temos gravidezes precoces e temos casamentos prematuros. Temos estado a lutar para que essas práticas, não é difícil dizer a uma tradição que parem, mas às vezes deixam para mais tarde, quando as meninas já estão preparadas para o ato sexual. Porque o que está a acontecer agora? Acontece, nós estamos a conseguir erradicar os casamentos prematuros e as gravidezes precoces por causa dessas práticas. As meninas, quando saem de lá, querem ir experimentar, querem vivenciar aquilo que aprenderam, enquanto ainda são muito crianças. Para dizer que em Moçambique temos essa realidade. Temos estado a lutar para poder combater. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigada. Angola.
Senhora Presidente, muito bom dia. Senhora Secretária-Geral, ilustres deputados, muito bom dia a todos. Eu gostaria, em primeiro lugar, de felicitar o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC por trazer-nos este tema de capital importância. Felicitar também a nossa preletora pela forma muito pedagógica como apresentou o tema, mas eu penso que, enquanto deputados, nós devemos prestar atenção a esta temática e enquadrá-la numa violação dos direitos humanos. Porque, de facto, o que acontece não é mais não do que violar os direitos humanos, é um problema de saúde pública e é um problema de violação à própria integridade da mulher. É assim que nós devemos olhar para este tema, apesar de ser uma questão da tradição, questões religiosas, mas quando nós olhamos a fundo, o tema é uma violação dos direitos humanos. E penso que, enquanto deputados, nós não devemos apadrinhar essas práticas, devemos, de facto, olhar para medidas de sensibilização nas comunidades aí onde existem essas práticas. Não é em vão que as Nações Unidas declararam o 6 de fevereiro como a tolerância zero à mutilação genital feminina, porque é de facto uma violação dos direitos humanos a todos os títulos condenável. Na questão masculina, se calhar os homens verão isso como uma questão de reforçar a sua masculinidade, mas no caso concreto das mulheres, é de facto uma violação grosseira dos direitos humanos e, enquanto deputados, nós nos devemos associar a esta campanha de tolerância zero à mutilação genital feminina. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigada, Honorable. Any other reflections? So when we look into the theme of the moment around children's rights and female genital mutilation, anything that is not prioritized by research and data and prevalence rates as statistics means it's not going to get development attention. So we have also seen that the funding for harmful cultural practices that is allocated for our region is far from prioritizing female genital mutilation because we have no a comprehensive regional statistics data that paint the picture of the issue. So the appeal here for members of parliament is to consider to say our national statistics offices, our human development reports of our countries, our vulnerability assessments that we do at a country, and any country report that our countries do as member states as they are engaging for various development cooperation with funding partners. They need to capture female genital mutilation so that it is prioritized even in development cooperation. And then we move that we have a data gap. The second thing is where there are no laws, because for the laws that are existing, except for Tanzania, where there is actually an anti-FGM law, others have put it as part of either penal codes or other gender-based violence or domestic violence laws. So for others who have bravely come out in the open with an anti-female genital mutilation law, once a law is in place, it means there's a budget from Treasury. It means there are institutions that are going to be put in place. It means services are going to be put in place. So another appeal again is to say for female genital mutilation to be prioritized in countries, it needs to be clearly specified as part of the law, because once it is the law, it means there are duty bearers that are going to be attached to have and be charged with mandate. It means your oversight role, you can begin to question certain ministers or ministries, different services. It means as you are doing your budget formulation, you can begin to question and look into the allocation, because there's elements that have to do with prevention, but there's also response for survivors, which means there are services that need to be put in place, which are institutions, capacities, the reporting mechanisms that need to be designed. So in the absence of the law, it's difficult because the justice delivery system is not ready. The reporting mechanisms are not there. The budgetary allocation is also not there. So hence, we celebrate the SADC PF for prioritizing this to say it begins with parliamentarians. It begins with SADC members of parliament ensuring that it is priority by law so that it can be priority by service and that the oversight can happen. Any other reflections? Through you, Chair.
Thank you. Just a little reflection to share with you. With the SADC PFMPs, we are unanimously committed in condemning FGM in our SADC PF countries. We are also committed towards an extensive campaign towards the eradication of FGM in our countries. And we are also looking forward to an MOU between SADC PF and Equality Now to gain more information on FGM itself, and also in paving way towards its eradication. We are also part of it is also part of our domestication efforts, and we promise that we will collect data from Equality Now to report to the Oversight Committee. And we are committed and we are vigilant in ensuring that in our countries, however small FGM is, the issue of FGM is, the practice must not prevail or must not continue. So this is our commitment towards the eradication of FGM.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We can celebrate this moment because it is really very meaningful in this moment now. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, SG. Thank you, honorable members. We are excited, and Equality Now remain ready and standing to support the journey. As SADC, as a region, has always provided leadership through the model laws that we have and through how others get inspiration from us. So we are excited and looking forward. Thank you. Shall we switch to the next presentation? Okay. So it's also around reviewing our education curriculum, because if there is no awareness by the rights holders, they may not know that violence get normalized. So some of the reforms that could happen for a longer term is looking into our education curriculum, the role of media, the role of other platforms where information is being channeled to our various communities so that there is awareness. And from awareness, there are reporting mechanisms and learning from different experiences of each other, as the types also do vary. Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Corey.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much, Sally, for the insight. I strongly feel that I think we must also go deeper in terms of research so that we collect the actual data, especially in our countries, because in terms of culture and religion, some of these things are also happening, but maybe as parliamentarians, we are not fully aware. So I think if we just go and have enough data to collect data, especially I can cite for Zimbabwe, you mentioned the issue of Binga, and I strongly feel that if you go deeper in terms of our white garment churches, maybe it's even worse than Binga. So I feel that we must go and have enough data, to collect enough data, especially from those kind of like white garments churches, because they do some of these cultures when others are not even aware. So I think we have to go and research deeper on it. And I just want to say thank you so much for that insight.
Thank you, Honorable. And some of the opportunities as countries are doing their reports, country reports for various treaty bodies. Your role also as Parliament is to question how they are also putting to spotlight the issue of FGM in reporting on progress. Because as member states, we belong to different conventions that our countries have ratified in their country reports that we do, and these reports are sometimes tabled within Parliament. And look into the whole harmful practices commitment to look into the domestication and how our gender-based violence Thank you.
Somebody needs to switch off their.
So to end, I just wanted to say the globe, the whole world is working towards what is called the Pact for the Future, where member states are making a recommitment to what the future of the world will be. And as parliamentarians, we know you have a role to play And we are excited that it begins with this conversation as we are going to June, the Day of the African Child. So with this convening, we are excited that as drum up to June, as a build up to September on the Pact of the Future, the prioritization of children's rights is taking center and stage, and with SADC PF providing leadership through this committee. Thank you, Madam Chair. Now we move to the great work that SADC Parliamentary Forum and this committee did and provided leadership around, sorry, it's the other one, around the adoption and around the adoption of the SADC model law on ending child marriages and protecting those that are already in marriage. So today I stand here also with pride, privilege, and excitement that in the African continent, other regions are actually learning from the region. And East Africa is looking forward and also beginning to use the SADC model law in their other initiatives to end child marriage. So child marriage, sorry. So child marriage, there have been progress that have happened in the region, and this progress have showed up in terms of laws that have been put in place, in terms of national plans of actions that have been put in place by most countries, in terms of beginning to see traction in political commitment in SADC member states around ending child marriages. We have seen, you know, when you put up a law, all of us put in our wisdoms together and came up with the law. And then it was now in the domestication. We have seen different phases and stages of domestication. Some have taken some sections of the model law in terms of full domestication. Some have taken partial elements of the SADC model law to their national laws. So when we talk about where are we at as SADC, as a region in taking stock, it's taking stock of how have we domesticated the SADC model law? What institutional reforms have we actually applied to? What laws have we put in place? What initiatives to raise awareness or to build capacity of relevant mandate holders have we done? Have the life of girls changed in terms of prevention? Is taking stock of our protection mechanism. Are girls protected from forced early child marriage? And then what happens when we say the marriage is null and void? What has happened to the life of the girls, the children that came out of there, the reality of how we have applied our commitment expressed through the SADC model law? Some of the emerging questions are around re-entry. We want to give access to education. There's still pregnancy involved. There are hormonal issues happening. There's child care also coming in. There is also where there have been criminalization. What used to be a support system for this child is shifting. So the reality is when we take this thing personal to imagine the communities that we represent on what's happening to girls after we have said it's null and void. What is happening to the custodianship of the children that comes there? How are children's rights of those that came out of those kind of violations in terms of support mechanisms? We can proceed. That's the presentation when you're ready. The services that are required for healing, for access to justice. And what does justice mean for children who have gone through those situations? What does healing justice actually look like? And how about the lifelong effects that are psychological? So now we are ready. We can go next slide. Next. Next. So like I've said, it continues to be a problem despite all the efforts that we have done. In at least 5 countries in SADC region, we have 40% of children that are still being married before the age of 18. Malawi and Mozambique are also amongst the 10 countries in the world with highest rates of child marriage. In both countries, 50% of children are married before they are 18 years of age. In Mozambique and Malawi, 1 in 2 girls are married before they turn 18. Next slide. So this presentation, we did policy briefs that will also be part of your information pack. One was looking into the gaps and opportunities for legislative framework around child marriage in the region. The second one was on a review of the domestication of SADC model law. Then the third one was on challenges in implementing domestic law and the SADC model law on child marriage. And the last one was speaking to the multi-sectoral approach, which then calls on different stakeholders coming together to ensure that the model law is domesticated, implemented, and there is accountability. Next slide. So the SADC model law is its provision is to assist really member states to enact laws on eradication of child marriage and also for protection of children already in marriage, then to domesticate international, regional human rights instruments that provides for or that have an impact on child marriage. Next slide. So there are specific objectives in line with the SADC model law. I will not go through them, but basically they are giving issues around the minimum age of marriage, prohibition of solemnization of child marriage, then legal aid for survivors of child marriage, then the custody and maintenance issues of offsprings that comes from the marriage or of the victims of child marriage, then the legitimacy of the offsprings as well, then provide policy options for programming to develop strategies. Next slide. The mechanisms when a child is in need of protection and care, and then the safety, the provision of safety, then also issues to do with capacity strengthening of key government institutions with a mandate to ensure the implementation of the model law. Next slide. So in terms of structure, the part 1 speaks to the preliminary provisions. The second one, the rights relating to children, policy initiatives, measures and interventions. Part 3 speaks to the prohibition of child betrothal and child marriage. Part 4 speaks to measures and interventions to prevent child marriage. Then part 4 speaks to data and information, public awareness, monitoring and evaluation. Then the last part gives general provisions on offenses and enforcements. Next slide. So some of the challenges have been the issue of poverty in the region. As you are aware, there have been climate shocks that have affected our region as SADC, and we also have 3 of the countries that have also done a state of emergency on droughts. Then lack of harmonization of laws. Some laws are providing for what is in the model law, some laws are taking away what is there, or there is conflict within the laws or just gaps. Then lack of awareness of the laws by the duty bearers or the mandate holders who have an obligation under SADC model law and the new laws put in place. The rights holders also not understanding, the service providers also not understanding the law. Next slide. So some of the gaps and opportunities in the legislative framework that came in were the issue to do with the minimum age of marriage. There are different variations within the region where others then end on the minimum age being 18, while other countries have give other provisions that the minister can authorize. They put in, they open it up to religious and cultural practices, which then takes away from that. Then the existence of exceptions as they are religious, customary and other law. Then provisions of waiving minimum age of marriage. So that is a gap that is emerging in the domestication currently. Next slide. So when we do an analysis of SADC as a country, we can say 6 out of 16 countries set the minimum age as 18 with no exceptions. So they put a full stop on 18. No ifs, no buts, no maybes. So 6 out of the countries, around 40%, which is your DRC, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Seychelles, Zimbabwe, they provided for the law for both boys and girls with no exceptions. And then we have 5 out of 16 countries, including Angola, Botswana, Comoros, Madagascar, and Namibia, who set the minimum age, but with exceptions. Of these 5, Botswana specifically excludes customary and religious marriages from this protection, while other 4 allow a court or other designated government officials to consent to a marriage involving children younger than 18. And then lastly, we have 5 out of 16 countries, about around 30%, which include Eswatini, Lesotho, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zambia, which provide for a minimum age range between 15 and 18. In these countries, the minimum age of marriage is different for boys and different for girls, with the boys invariably having a higher age limit. In addition to these differences in age, all the 5 countries allow for judicial or parental consent to lower the age of marriage. And also in some instances like Eswatini and Lesotho, there are further customary exceptions to the law. Next slide. Some of the issues I would say for now, we also have seen Zambia have amended its law on child marriage, the Marriage Amendment Act of 2023, which set minimum age at 18 without exception for all marriages, including customary marriages. So some of the gaps were coming in around parental or judicial consent and lack of harmony amongst laws. Next slide. So the recommendation was for other remaining countries to set the minimum age of marriage as 18 in accordance to CEDAW, Maputo Protocol, and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of Children. And for member states to also consider harmonization of laws so that it's clearly spelled out in hierarchy of laws within the minimum age to take precedence. And then data collection and information generation to identify the gaps as well as opportunities. Then inclusion of communities in policy formulation to increase ownership, because when all is said and done, harmful practices happen in the community. And if there is no community ownership, it means there will be continuation of practice. Then continue drawing inspiration around the SADC model law provision, as it was a well thought out model law that is very comprehensive and that take into consideration all our diversity as a region. Next slide. So on domestication, you can move to next slide. Mozambique also posed a child for domestication as a response to its high incidence of child marriage. They have been enacted the law of prevention and combating the premature unions in 2019, which was inspired by SADC model law. So we celebrate that as an update. Then the majority of provisions of the model law are also visibly in the Mozambican law. It was also reformed, the Family Law Act, to prohibit under 18 and implementation of the National Strategy for Prevention and Combat of Child Marriage. Next slide. For Malawi, there have been a constitutional amendment after the SADC model law came into place, which then also provided for provision on which removed a provision that used to allow parents to consent to marriage of children under 18. And then there was harmonization of the Constitution with the Marriage, Death and Family Act of 2015, which also prohibited marriage of children under 18. And there have been a strategy, and we are aware Malawi is also reviewing their strategy. Next slide. For South Africa, although laws are not yet unequivocal to prohibit child marriage, there is a best practice of comprehensive sexuality education as a prevention provision. So the Department of Basic Education has incorporated it in its life orientation subject, which is compulsory for both primary and secondary school level. And we understand the Marriage Act for South Africa is still under development, where there were consultations that ended last Friday, where we have seen that in the bill that is before Parliament currently, there is the provision of 18 as a minimum age of marriage, and child marriage have also been defined as something that have been provided for. So those are some of the developments that are quite interesting in the region. Next slide. For Zambia, there's a code the Marriage Act that prohibits, and Education Act also making it making it an offense through if the teacher marries their learner, though a learner is defined as a child under the age of 16. Then there's also the national strategy. Next slide. For Zimbabwe, the constitution prohibits marriage of person under 18. The Supreme Court also struck down section of the Marriage Act, which allowed children under 18 to get married because it was not inconsistent with the constitution. Then in 2022, the Marriage Act was put in place, which prohibits marriage of children under 18 for all, including customary unions, whether registered or not, with imprisonment penalties for contravention. Then there's also a national plan, as National Action Plan and Communication Strategy to End Child Marriage, also inspired by the SADC model law. Next slide. So really the challenges have been inconsistent legal framework, slow progress in other areas, your Tanzania and South Africa, lack of progress altogether in other countries, ad hoc pathway towards reform where there is insufficient data, and then there are insufficient understanding of the issue in terms of just awareness from the mandate holders, duty bearers, service providers, and children as rights holders to know that their rights are being violated. Next slide. So the recommendations are harmonization of laws, inclusive legal reforms, knowledge sharing, human rights-based approach, and multi-sectoral approach. We can move. So now we can, next slide. We can get to a conversation when we pause on Malawi to hear from you as member states to say, what could be some of your reflections around how you have experienced the SADC model law in domestication, implementation as of now, because the analysis we are sharing is up to 2023. We are almost midway 2024. So for us to be up to date, we are curious for us to get in conversation in what are some of your experiences in your countries, building from the conversation that happened yesterday.
Madam SG would like to say a few words.
No, thank you very much. And honorable members may wish to note that this data is very important. Very important in the sense that we have a snapshot survey where we record the same coming out of your parliaments with regards to the acts and bills that come up. And further, through the sexual reproductive health and rights researchers based in your parliament, we also record the debates and questions that you put forward. For instance, when whatever happened for progress to be made in these areas, whether it is Malawi, Zambia, we also collect data in terms of how many women members of parliament spoke to that issue, what was the contribution, what was the debate in that regard. And I think what is quite important that is coming up also, I think it started with the first presentation. The issue was, have we followed up to see these progressive steps? What lessons are we gathering from having passed these provisions? It brings us back now to having domesticated, what are the oversight opportunities that we have at country level to further ensure that indeed we do eradicate and we do protect children already in marriage. The question was asked, are they really protected after we nullify and void these marriages? Are these programs that are envisaged in all the parts of the model law somehow finding expression in implementation in our countries? Yesterday, we also spoke about the issue of children and registration. It may appear a very small matter. It came up in terms of a milestone where children now after birth are registered. This is very key because if you don't know the age of the child, how do you protect the child? I think it goes further in that regard. So I think it's very important as part of this report to tally these and be able to show the plenary assembly where we are and what the next steps, strategic steps should be. Even if it means choosing Malawi and choosing one other country to benchmark as a committee and have a meeting in those countries in future for you to be able to really hear from the traditional leaders how they did this, to hear from other stakeholders. Because if there's any multi-layered stakeholder progress that was made in countries, was dealing with child marriages. And if you recall, honorable member, there was an honorable member who was a member of this particular forum, Honorable Dr. Professor Nkandoluo in Zambia, who led as a minister. She was also a member of the SADC Parliamentary Forum in leading a multi-stakeholder process that went all the way to the African Union, among others. And there are so many examples that you have in your countries and in your committees. I would propose that we harness those, collate those, and really show them as part of the impact of the domestication process and what this committee and other members are doing. I'm hoping that when chairpersons meet at the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, some of these issues will really come up clearly for the plenary assembly to recognize and be encouraged to do much more than what was done. So I'm just encouraging members, you were part of the process. Angola, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Eswatini, Namibia, you all did public hearings on this matter, among others. Madagascar, can you share the experiences? Because the complexity of domestication needs to be exposed. Botswana, I'm just remembering Mozambique. I remember when Mozambique that time, there was a lot of celebration around the domestication during Honorable Speaker Makamo, Ndlovu at that time, who led and who was the chairperson of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, a woman leading and demonstrating that at the end of the day, we must lead and domesticate some of these provisions. So honorable members, I think this is one area where you must really share, because you've done quite well, leading from the regional level, taking it further. And the clever component in terms of how Zimbabwe, I hope Zimbabwe can share, when they looked at that bill, what else did they cure in their legislation, which also became something that's very progressive in the region. I believe sometimes, honorable members, what is it about the hunter who doesn't tell the story? Yeah, you don't really locate yourself in terms of the progress that you have done. And I'm just coming in to encourage you to share that, because there are other elements that can also be measured in this regard. So thank you, Ms. Sally, for that. And Chair, thank you for indulging my engagement at this point. Yeah.
Thank you, SG. Thank you, Chair. So, like I said, SADC is leading in the continent through the model law and the various work at country level that you have been doing. There is an invitation that is still even standing with SADC PF to go and take East Africa through the journey. So would you like us to pause and talk about your experience now, or would you like me to continue? Where are you at, honorable members? Sharing, Lesotho.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Presenter. Like Honorable SG has mentioned, a couple of efforts have been done in SADC member states countries. I'm quite aware that a number of countries have adopted the domestication of SADC model law ending child marriage. As much as the statistics of prevalence in countries may still vary, but they are still a main concern. We know the drivers of this issue of child marriage. However, in whatever they may be enrooted in, they are not justified. We can never allow anything to be a justification for child marriage. Child marriage is purely violation of a child's right. It's robbing the children of their childhood and depriving them a chance of self-determination in terms of who they want to become, because they're already put in a situation where most of the decisions about their bodies and their being has already been decided by somebody else. So I think as members of parliament, we are quite aware that our countries are taking efforts, but we really need to be determined to make sure that adoption and domestication of these laws do not end there. During allocation of budgets of ministries and departments, we need to make sure that we critically scrutinize budgets and say, has there been allocation for programs that are intended to end child marriages? We shouldn't just be talking about this and saying the parliament has adopted, has domesticated, but when you look at the implementation, you realize that very little or nothing at all has actually been put as resources, like you were saying, to support the institutions and capacity for us to be able to say, we are now actually doing something practical on the ground about ending child marriages. So that is one thing that really I think we have an obligation as members of parliament to go and see that it happens. We do know that, like Madam has just said, some of the issues we deal with are quite complex, quite complicated. You know, we talk about child marriage. We establish an age, a minimum age of child marriage being 18. The presenter yesterday was talking about the fact that we then say age of sexual consent is at 16. You look at the gap we have created between those two age ranges. We know once children get sexually active, there are possibilities. There is little parents can do about teenage pregnancy. They can try to educate their children as much as they can. We can provide them with family planning commodities as much as we can, but there will still be incidences of teenage pregnancy. But then we need to be brave enough to say, regardless of whether a teenager can get pregnant, we should never put ourselves in a situation where we condemn that child into marriage. Teenage pregnancy should be addressed as an issue by itself, but it should never be a justification of condemning a child into marriage. We need to find solutions to say, if a child then falls pregnant as a teenager, we know the law will then come in to intervene. If this child has been impregnated by an adult, the adult goes to prison because of the laws that we've put in place. But in a situation where two teenagers have gotten each other pregnant, we cannot get them into marriage. Let's find solutions to say, okay, we have these young children, they have gotten each other pregnant. Then what is the solution? That is not condemning them into marriage. So these are things that we really need to work alongside each other as we are trying to end child marriage, but also remember that there is a child being born from another child who still needs care. What are the structures that we are putting in place to ensure that the children that will be born in those circumstances are also taken care of? Thank you very much, Madam Presenter. I submit.
Thank you so much. Any other sharings that you would like to share, honorable members? Zimbabwe, thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Maybe I would like to add something like, I think we must also go deeper in terms of these child marriages, because it's more like in other sectors, like for example, Zimbabwe, you find that a girl has been abused by these white church garments. They are not even brought to book. So I also feel that there is also a gap. The law is there for criminalization, but at the end, we must also have another way of solving it. I don't know how best can we go in terms of, even with your experience, Sally, as you also come from Zimbabwe. I've been thinking about it because these girls, I strongly feel that they also need to be, to get support. And I also feel that maybe we must also have a separate funding for safe houses, because we can see even in our streets, they are there carrying their babies at their back. If you think of taking them maybe to rehabilitations, so that we also give them some sort of counseling, so that they also maybe try to go back to school, or maybe to have some sort of some cash transfers to maybe give them money to do some small projects, so that they can also help themselves. So I feel that the laws are there, but the implementation, I think this is where we are getting it wrong. So I feel that we must also have maybe a combination of consent to sex and consent to marriage. I don't know how best can we now take the two, so that we can even have better laws than having them, yes, consent to sex and also for marriages. I can also go to the fact that there is also a law where these girls and boys are not able to go and get assistance for health care, because for example, if a girl is less than 15 or 16 years, she has to go with her mother for her to get treatment. But in terms of law, a doctor can even want to help the child, but because of the law, they have to bring their mothers or their guardian for them to get assistance. So somewhere, somehow, I think we must now have laws which also allow doctors or medical services to also help these young children, because without us helping them, obviously they can also have challenges, especially in them, for them to get assistance, especially when they are not well. So I feel that maybe we must also have another research on the issue of them getting safe houses, especially after they have been abused, especially those who are young, especially in our neighborhoods. You go to the rural areas, most of these girls, when they get pregnant, especially if you go to Binga, there is a research which I feel that I think, Sally, you can also go and have another look onto that research, where there is another, maybe an NGO, which say if you get pregnant, you get support. So some of the girls, they are now like, it's even good for me to be pregnant so that I will also get support. So we must also go and research whether is it good to do it, or maybe it's even getting us to get more problems, especially in our rural areas, because some of them, they don't even have the knowledge to say, if you get pregnant, what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to get money? We are also supposed to go back to school. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Indeed, whatever we do, we need to do no harm. And yes, as interventions are happening, like I spoke about poverty as a driver, the moment any project select a specific community and start giving support to this, it can be commercialized. Even in others, marriage was commercialized, where the father of the child is bribed, the police officer is bribed. So it became a lucrative enterprise that some of the impunity things continued. Namibia, Honorable.
Thank you very much. I concur with the previous speaker from Zimbabwe when she stated that poverty levels do drive some form of illusion in terms of my own personal experience when I'm working in the regions. And I try and ask, why are these girls, some of them, you find a young girl having 5 kids at ages 17. And you just ask yourself, and you're like, but why do you get yourself in that situation? Just, have an open conversation. Are you raped? Are you aware this is wrong? Is it against your will? And then sometimes you understand that some of these government packages are misunderstood, because she feels that the more children I produce, the more I can receive from government. Therefore, I can put food on the table for my family. And so she sort of uses her body as a commodity willingly. But however, we also need to strengthen our information centers, such as research institutions that will go into the regions, given what the previous speaker of Lesotho said, that we need from government level to have fund institutions that will go into the regions and really find data for us in terms of really how do, like the SG said, how do stateless children, how are they affected? I know previously there's in the San community and over Himba community, these are marginalized communities in my country. they sometimes for specific reasons, maybe trying to find a job or whatever, they lie that they are older when they are really just bare maybe 12, 13, and then they lie that they're 18. And then that also subjects them to adult conditions such as obviously possible child marriages. You find immigrants that come into the country, specifically working in the agricultural sector, that come with a child bride from their various countries. And because this is underground black markets that they work into, you're not really able to protect this child. And because she's coming from another country, there is no form of communication between government to government to help how migrants that are underage and are forced and are forced into child marriages. You don't know if these people are even willingly taken, or was it just an issue of, like you said, a bribe and then they went. So many of them, it's like a cultural thing. Many farm workers in my country do sort to look for younger girls to have as a partner that will help him in household duties. And because there's a sort of a discrimination underlining in terms of taking farm workers seriously, the farm owner will not even look into investigating this issue. He just wants his cattle to be taken after and so forth. Another issue is the language. I really, if we start changing our language in terms of how we do things in our culture, for example, in my culture, there are talks of shiramwes. Now, this could be a very innocent approach in our culture, because sometimes shiramwe is sort of your cousin who also looks after you. If you happen to meet your shiramwe, that person will take care of your surroundings at that time, or that person, you have that relationship with your cousin. But however, to a certain extent, there are some backlashes, because you find an older man looking at a young teenager and saying, yeah, you're my wife, because he is entitled to that because of the type of language that we invest in our communities. So obviously, what comes with you being my wife, I do not look at you as a child, I look at you as my wife. So then that's how many cases young girls have been coming up in my country speaking really openly about this. Of course, there is still a bit of a taboo around that, given the fact that it's just not, the whole Shiramwe concept is very much something that is, how do I put this? If you speak on it, it feels like you are trying to tarnish the image of our culture. And again, I say it is a good thing to a certain extent, but however, the dark side should come out more. And I really think that SADC Parliamentary Forum should start championing chiefs, for example, at regional levels, such as Chief Teresa Kachin Damoto from Malawi, who she recently stopped 850 child marriages. We don't celebrate our leaders enough, especially at traditional levels, who really stand up against these customs and norms that we are fighting against. We need to provide sort of figures that can lead in this fight for against child marriages, somewhat that are either relatable to other chiefs, that could go into the regions and help make these other traditional authorities understand. People like her, we could bring her here, and she would really speak about how she was able to change the norms. Obviously, being a chief, the first female chief, there were a lot of sexism and that she had to face. But how was she able to use her circumstances positively to champion for women's rights, children's rights, and eventually stop 850 child marriages? How did she identify it as well? And that would really make us understand, because most of the time as lawmakers, we really look at it from a shallow perspective of a national look, policies and meetings and summits, and which is very important, because again, we are able to share experiences. But if you look at it from a local perspective, because that is where the child marriages, the rape, the abuse really happens against our children. If we start opening up recognition, representation, voices from traditional authorities, I think maybe then we can start making breakthroughs in other areas.
Thank you, Honorable. Rightfully so. Mozambique.
Muito obrigada. Tenho estado a falar muito porque o meu país está naqueles países que lideram essas práticas nocivas. Eu queria dizer que Moçambique, apesar de ter sido pioneira na elaboração desta lei, nós ainda temos grandes problemas. Esses problemas são relacionados com vários fatores. Essas práticas de ritos de iniciação, o índice de analfabetismo, que ainda é muito alto, e a pobreza. São esses fatores que nós temos identificado quando trabalhamos nas bases. A nossa lei penaliza os homens, porque geralmente os casamentos prematuros que nós temos tido, a maioria são crianças a se juntarem com homens adultos. A nossa lei penaliza o homem que se envolve com uma criança, penaliza aos pais que entregam a sua filha a um homem adulto antes da idade. A nossa lei penaliza ao líder religioso ou tradicional que vai testemunhar essa relação. Mas, infelizmente, ainda temos grandes problemas. Como país, não sentamos, temos estado a lutar. Desde o ano antepassado, 2022, temos estado a desenvolver várias reuniões. O Parlamento, através da terceira comissão, que é a comissão que lida aos assuntos sociais, o gabinete da primeira-dama, o Ministério da Mulher, Criança e Ação Social e a sociedade civil. Temos estado a trabalhar em conjunto na divulgação desta lei. E achamos também como uma das estratégias que se calhar seria, que pode talvez trazer resultados, que é a tradução da lei em línguas locais. Porque sentimos que muitas pessoas não percebem a língua e às vezes não encaram isso como uma coisa importante. Então, achamos que devemos divulgar a lei na língua local. E estamos tentando fazer isso, estamos a acreditar que está a trazer resultados. Temos também a nossa primeira-dama, que é incansável nesta matéria. Ela tem estado a trabalhar lá nas zonas rurais, motivando as meninas a permanecerem na escola, a não casarem cedo, incentivando com projetos de eu sou capaz, dizer às meninas que as meninas são capazes de poder superar essas práticas nocivas, mostrando aos pais que elas não querem permanecer naquelas práticas, querem também ser meninas que amanhã possam ser pessoas. Tem estado a distribuir material escolar, uniforme, essa forma de incentivar aquelas meninas que estão na pobreza para continuarem a permanecer na escola. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigado. So, yes, over to you, Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson. I really appreciate the conversations that we are having. They are quite enlightening, and it is quite. It's helping all of us, as countries to focus in the right direction. In the Kingdom of Eswatini, in the past years, we used to have a situation where we would have not only child marriages, but we would have a situation where someone would get married without their consent. You'd find someone taking you to their parents, and they get married to you in the cultural way, wherein they would just take you, put you into a kraal, and then from there on they say wake up, you're married now, and that would be it. So the Kingdom of Eswatini looked at this, and our parliament actually put in place a law to deter people from forced marriages at all levels, you know. So right now, with the Sexual Offences and Domestic Violence Act that is in place, and the other instruments that support that law, we also have some legislative frameworks that are tied in with the Minister of Education as well, so that the younger children are also taught at a very young age in terms of the law, and they know exactly what their rights are. The Kingdom of Eswatini also, you know, promotes abstinence from girls, but it is not forced. We just promote that girls must abstain. We have the culture, the umhlanga culture, which really promotes abstinence. And during those cultural events, we also have a situation where the girls are taught their law, their rights. And right now we've used our cultural events to even, you know, get professionals to come and teach the girls of abuse, sexual abuse, and all sorts of the ills that we used to experience, you know, in the past. So our journey as a country is such that right now we're in a situation where we are now harmonizing all the laws to be aligned with the Sexual Offences and Domestic Violence Act, and also align also with the SADC PF protocols. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are indeed everyone's solution amongst us, only when we continue sharing some of the practices that we have. DRC.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole m'accordée. Bonjour Madame la Présidente, bonjour Madame la Secrétaire Générale, voilà, député, chers collègues, bonjour. Je crois que c'est depuis plusieurs années que nous sommes en train de débattre, de parler sur les mariages précoces, les mariages avec mineurs, les mariages d'achat, les mariages imposés sur la jeune fille. Nos pays ont souscrit sur le protocole de Maputo. Chaque pays a pris des lois différentes, tout ça. Nous sommes des députés élus. Lorsque nous rentrons dans nos pays, je ne pense pas que nous, comme députés, on a la capacité de sillonner tous les pays et d'atteindre toutes les couches et toutes les provinces pour que le message arrive d'abord à la jeune fille elle-même. Chacun, quand nous rentrons, se limite dans sa province d'origine, dans sa circonscription électorale. Il peut faire rapport à l'Assemblée de son pays, mais le message n'arrive pas dans toutes les provinces et surtout à toutes les jeunes filles. Nous le limitons chacun avec sa communauté, avec sa tribu, nous limitons une catégorie donnée. Moi, je crois que nous allons toujours continuer à tourner en rond sur la même question, mais je voudrais proposer que la SADC initie quand même un message d'ensemble sur la sensibilisation. Parce que l'élément clé, c'est la sensibilisation. Il faut d'abord que la jeune fille elle-même s'approprie la donne, qu'elle comprenne que tout ce que nous faisons là, c'est pour son profit, et qu'elle ait l'information. Maintenant, comment est-ce que l'information peut arriver à la jeune fille? C'est ça la plus grande préoccupation. Parce qu'on va prendre les lois d'accord, on les signe, mais la loi, là, elle attend que quelqu'un commette une infraction, que quelqu'un ait épousé une fille de force, que quelqu'un ait tombé sur une mineure, qu'on l'arrête. Mais dès lors que si cette mineure-là a déjà l'information pour dire que non, cet acte-ci, il n'est pas bon pour ma vie et pour mon avenir, je crois qu'il faut faire ceci, il faut me préserver, ça va être une bonne chose. Voilà pourquoi je propose qu'au niveau de la SADC, au niveau de notre forum, qu'on initie un message clé qui doit être adapté dans toutes les provinces qui sont dans tous les pays qui sont membres de la SADC, et qu'on doit imposer à nos gouvernements, qui doit passer sur les différentes chaînes de radio, dans les différentes églises, et dans les différentes circoncisions, dans les différents territoires, provinces ou régions selon les appellations. J'avais autrefois la réunion de l'année passée, 2023, au mois de mai, nous étions venus à son hôtel. J'avais proposé qu'au niveau de la SADC, aujourd'hui, avec les téléphones, Avec les téléphones, c'est presque dans chaque pays, dans chaque région de cette province, là où le réseau arrive, chaque fille, chaque garçon a un téléphone. Si avec la SADC, on peut initier un message qui est commun dans tous les pays, dans toutes les langues, qu'on impose à ces maisons. Vous avez par exemple, ici à la France, vous avez MTN, vous avez autant, chez moi j'ai RTL, j'ai Vodacom, j'ai Africell, j'ai autant de chaînes, des maisons de communication. Si ces maisons de communication ont ce message-là, puisqu'ils émettent des messages qu'ils communiquent, je ne pense pas que quand je suis assis ici, mes stades donc dans mon téléphone, je ne peux pas les lire. Mais s'il y a un téléphone avec des spots de sensibilisation qui tombe dans un téléphone, la fille là où elle est assise, elle va jeter un coup d'œil. Elle voit sur les messages de sensibilisation. Elle va comprendre que c'est elle qui est la pièce motrice qu'on cherche à protéger. Voilà dans le sens où je voulais peut-être qu'on essaie de réfléchir, parce que nous allons toujours continuer à parler sur les lois, sur les expériences, mais quand nous rentrons, on n'a pas l'habitude d'atteindre tous les pays. Je peux juste me limiter à ma communauté, à ma province, à ma section électorale, ça c'est lui qui est là-bas, et les autres là seront informés comme. Mais dès lors que les téléphones couvrent presque les 3/4 du pays, un message qui tombe sur une chaîne de radio, à la télévision, on peut suivre dans son téléphone, on peut suivre. C'est cela ma petite contribution dans la entreprise. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. So, behind every statistics that we see, thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sally. And thank you, honorable members, for your interventions. Within our committee, the HSDSP, we feel that there is the need to reflect and harmonize on our laws, especially those countries where there are increasing numbers of child marriage cases. We must also continually look at safety nets that keep our children safe. Keeping them in school is one, and also keeping them informed on the issue and the dangers of child marriage itself, amongst other necessities. We must also look at the issue of consent to sexual activities, the age of consent to marriage, age of consent to health services, criminalization of consensual sexual acts among adolescents. And we also feel that cultural religious members must continue to be interrogated on this issue. The message here is concerning the eradication of child marriages and also protecting our children who are already in child marriage. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So some of the approaches that member states could consider through leadership of SADC Parliamentary Forum, and specifically this committee through you, Chair, is the multi-sectoral approach. So the principle of multi-sectoral approach is that it is intentional, it is coordinated collaboration between relevant partners and sectors to plan and deliver member states' commitment to ending child marriage in this instance. So it's a concept that have been implemented in the health sector when we were responding to health emergencies, disasters, and it's something that have proven to work because it's bringing in different stakeholders all together with shared understanding and shared dreams. It also brings in that unified national commitment, which then ensure that relevant expertise and resources are being pulled together for collective action. So next slide. So what would make the multi-sector approach work? For example, the first thing is to acknowledge that the promotion or ending child marriage is a national priority. So there's need for making sure that ending child marriage is at highest level declared and pronounced as a state of emergency and as a national priority. Number two is defining each organ and department of the government's responsibility and roles in the promotion and protection of children. So for example, what happens with children is that sometimes depending on how our governance architecture is organized, There are those that take the child from a youth angle. There are those that take a child welfare, which will be a different government ministry. The social services come and say, also, it's my child. The Ministry of Women say, it's my girl. So when you have a number of different ministries claiming that child, sometimes no one then takes responsibility, or there's no clarity on who takes what role and what responsibility. The third one is ensuring a coordinated response amongst the governance sectors, departments, and organs in a coherent strategy that allocate resources, because the resource allocation issue have been what we have been lagging behind as a region. And then drawing together state and non-state actors in a coordinated partnerships, then consolidate technical expertise. Next slide. So the several stakeholders have been identified in the multi-sectoral approach, and parliamentarians, this will speak to mostly the role of parliament. So first is to make the elimination of child marriage as a national priority, as I have said, so that there is cultivation of political will. So through the oversight of the parliament, through the role that parliament play, political will needs to be cultivated for different actors so that they can exercise their mandate in an efficient manner. The national parliaments can support and sustain this political will to add an important layer of support for success using the multi-sectoral approach. The role also of parliament includes adopting and monitoring laws, policies, strategies, and holding government accountable for their effective, efficient, transparent implementations. Next slide. So the lawmaking piece is also what the parliament can do, which is ensuring that the laws are adopted, that needs to be adopted. What needs harmonization is harmonized. The policies are put in place. Where there are gaps, there are also further provision of guidelines. And then the reviewing of the law to ensure that the entire marriage law regime, including laws on inheritance, laws on divorce, and even matrimonial property in all its facets. Then the removal of any exceptions that could allow children to get married. So it's looking into all the laws that are there to say where could be loopholes that can be used and manipulated. And then oversee the training of relevant stakeholders, because SADC PF came up with the SADC model law. There are different actors who come in to train different stakeholders and mandate holders. So it's looking into ensuring that the wealth of provisions that is in the SADC model law informs all the capacity development initiatives, and there is consistency. And then advocate for the adoption of national laws and sub-national strategies. In other countries, they still have bylaws that are in place through the traditional leaders' architecture and also through local government to ensure that there is inclusion, or it is aligned to the SADC model law. And then ensure child participation through the child parliaments, and also ensuring that all the pieces of laws are repackaged to child-friendly, child-usable formats so that children can read, they can conceptualize, and consider also the education curriculum to include the provisions of SADC model law and also the African Charter so that children are informed. There are other issues on budgeting to ensure that resources are adequately allocated at all layers and that there is disbursement in time, so that there is no catching up, there is no delays for all the initiatives. Next slide. Oversight and accountability. This is, ensuring that there could be a consideration of adding on another layer to look into how do all governments intentionally or in a routine or in the calendar of parliament on the agenda ensure that there is a specific dedication and intention around oversight and accountability of different actors. Next slide. So some of the challenges have been around funding. The other ones have been around the deprioritization of child marriage. Like I've shared that when we are in humanitarian context in the region, when we have droughts coming in, when we have other things coming in poverty levels, there is an easy way where people start skating away or deprioritizing to say, let's save lives. Those ones will deal with them later, deprioritizing child marriage. Yet the conditions actually create a fertile ground for increased numbers. Then lack of political will and capacity to implement the multi-sectoral approach. Next slide. The poverty and natural disasters, I have spoken to that, inadequate implementation, monitoring, and learning. So when we look into our different contexts of countries and member states, we are always work in progress, we are always evolving. The moment we start consultations, putting the laws in place, sometimes the context changes and the children are also evolving. So periodic learning and reflecting on how is our work and what we are doing adapting to the current context so that we can continue strengthening the role of parliaments in protecting the rights of children is also one of the gaps that have been there. Then community resistance, some of the communities resist, or some of the communities, because they are marginalized, especially the small ethnic groups, they then also become a fertile ground where these violations happen and child marriage happen without anyone noticing and playing the role that they can play. Next slide. So the recommendation really is around for funding, it's the multi-sectoral approach, ensuring that the comprehensive budget development cycle is inclusive of all the duty bearers and actors. And then the monitoring mechanisms be strengthened at national and subnational level. Next slide. So parliamentarians continue to then need to prioritize that laws on child marriage are in line with international and regional human rights obligations as provided for by the African Charter on the Rights of Children, the Maputo Protocol, the SADC Model Law on Child Marriage, and laws relating to child marriage, including statutory religious customary laws, need to be harmonized to remove ambiguities, to remove also conflicting provisions. And then Parliament to continue the knowledge base is what is being done through you, Madam Chair, in this committee, and ensure that other parliamentarians also are up to date and up to speed in being aware to have that knowledge base and strategic partnerships and continue with oversight. Next slide. Then consider creating a permanent subcommittee on child marriage and harmful practices, sexual and reproductive health and rights, or gender-based violence, so that there could be, a group that focus on ending child marriage and female genital mutilation, like what we spoke in the earlier presentation. This could assist in keeping the child marriage and female genital mutilation on the agenda. Young people as survivors should also be meaningfully engaged in advocacy and in review so that you can hear from their experiences where the law is failing them or where the law is enabling them. And then periodic strategy action plan review, because the national plan of actions have been done, Madam Chair, but some are now outdated, some have not been implemented, or the road to updating them is taking long, slowing the progress rate. Next slide. So while progress have been made in SADC region because of your amazing, great hard work and commitment, there is still some challenges affecting the pace and also the rate of ending child marriage. Some of the challenges are around the gaps in the laws, which make implementation a problem, and also the capacity, the resource allocation, and the service provision required to protect and support children who have been victims of child marriage. So Equality Now remain committed to supporting SADC PF through you, Madam Chair, and through your SG and honorable members of parliament here and your member states countries. We remain committed to support work towards legal and systemic change and ensure that we protect girls, we prevent child marriage and protect girls that have been victims, and that SADC model law continue to be on the political agenda of all our work, and ensure that we collectively cultivate political will and commitment to ensure that we SADC become a community where children's rights are protected and where no child marriage will prevent, and where we will move even from language of not even giving it dignity to call it a marriage. So I submit to you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you. So I have 5 minutes. Should there be any?
Thank you, Ms. Sally, for your very informative presentations. And thank you, Honorable. I see Madagascar has his hand raised.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers honorables membres, j'aimerais partager le cas de Madagascar pour avoir la contribution. À Madagascar, la loi interdit le mariage avant l'âge de 18 ans. Or, le pays présente encore un des taux les plus élevés de mariage des mineurs dans le monde. Madagascar, 42% des filles sont mariées avant 18 ans, alors que l'État malgache s'est engagé en 1991 en faveur de la protection des enfants en signant la Convention internationale des droits de l'enfant, CIDE. Cet engagement reste encore peu visible dans la vie quotidienne des enfants. En plus d'un cadre institutionnel peu efficient, la protection de l'enfant se heurte en effet à de nombreux obstacles sociaux, culturels, économiques, éducatifs, mais aussi juridiques. L'une des violations des droits de l'enfant les plus alarmantes à l'échelle du pays concerne les mariages d'enfants. Bien même la loi malgache interdit depuis 2007 le mariage avant l'âge de 18 ans, dans le fait, aujourd'hui, c'est encore le cas pour 40% des jeunes filles. Madagascar fait ainsi partie des 20 pays enregistrant les taux les plus élevés de mariage d'enfants. Ces flots n'épargnent pas les enfants de la région de Sofia, dans la région nord-ouest de mon pays, où un enfant par la main a ouvert en 2022 le programme de parrainage intitulé Mitiri, qui signifie grandir en malagasy. Cette région enregistre d'ailleurs des proportions des mariages d'enfants particulièrement élevées à l'échelon national. Près d'une fille sur deux ayant entre 2 et 24 ans déclare avoir été mariée avant ses 18 ans, souvent entre 12 et 15 ans. Suite à l'élaboration du projet de loi élaboré par l'FP-SADC, nous avons tenu un atelier portant sur la... Oui. Ah, ok, d'accord. Suite à l'élaboration du projet de loi élaboré par le FP-SADC, nous avons tenu un atelier portant sur la modification de certains articles de la loi en vigueur. Nous avons progressé significativement. Cependant, je tiens à vous assurer que nous reviendrons sur ces amendements une fois que tous les organes de l'Assemblée nationale seront en place. Merci, mesdames et messieurs.
Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Once again, thank you, honorable members, for your interventions. We will be breaking for tea, but before that, let me inform you that we will have the elections for the new chairperson and vice chairperson at 12:30 p.m. for the periods of 2024 to 2026. So this is for your kind information. I will now hand over to Madam SG to give you more information. Thank you, Ms. Sally. You may now exit the floor.
Thank you very much. Equality now represented by Ms. Sally. I think the honorable members have really appreciated your intervention. So, honorable members, as you are well aware, the term of the current chairperson and vice chairperson have come to an end. We therefore have to basically carry out elections. At this point, I'll be the returning officer when we come back. And maybe because 11, we can even do it immediately after tea break so that they won't have time to campaign maybe. I'll be guided accordingly. But let me just go straight to the schedule of who qualifies and who doesn't qualify. When you look at the rest of the procedure, I'll be able to go through it when we actually conduct the elections. But for now, to allow you honorable members to campaign, you will see there's a schedule there of previous chairpersons and vice chairpersons. And you will see that this starts from 2014, and the countries that have had an opportunity are listed in that table. 2014 to 2016, we had Zambia and Angola. 2016 to 2018, we had South Africa and Lesotho. 2018 to 2020, we had Mauritius and Namibia. 2020 to 2024, we had Malawi and Eswatini. 2022 and 2024, we had Seychelles, which is now in Tanzania. Now, honorable members, move to the next table. This is very important so that when you are studying this table, you can also appreciate that we've come with two tables there, which is a list of members who are ineligible, which means that who cannot compete for elections, and those who are eligible. So for the period 2024 to 2026, we have for the position of chairpersonship, Angola can stand for elections, Botswana, DRC, Eswatini, Lesotho, Madagascar, Mozambique, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. For vice chairpersonship, we have Botswana, DRC, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, who can campaign and stand for elections. Our elections will be conducted electronically, honorable members. We will have you to log in if we have more than one, nominees. Remember, you cannot nominate yourself. That is why we are announcing earlier, so that if you have to campaign, you must campaign and allow your strategy to allow somebody else to nominate you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. We'll leave these on the board. When we come back from tea, if I'm guided accordingly, or we will campaign around 12:30, as I have to leave earlier. The current chair will continue to be in the seat, and then towards the end, they will usher the new chairperson to basically say a word or two. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam SG. We shall now break for tea, and we will be back at 11:20. Thank you.
J'ai une motion, Madame la Présidente. Merci de la motion. Je voudrais seulement vous informer que à 11h, nous devons libérer les chambres parce que la session prend fin aujourd'hui et que nous devons rentrer. Et selon l'hôtel, on nous avait déjà prévenu, on m'a fait un message qu'il fallait libérer la chambre à 11h. Donc, je ne sais pas s'il y a des dispositions contraires pour que nous le fassions, ou nous libérons je libère la chambre, je consigne les bagages au niveau de la réception. C'est la question que je pose dans ma motion.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll invite Mrs. Paulina Kongachivi to actually shed light in that regard. Just take the mic, it's fine. Or it's Samueline. Are there members checking out today and leaving? It's tomorrow. The honorable member, okay, let's talk outside. We'll help you out. Thank you very much.
Merci, puisque pour le billet qui est acheté, le retour c'est le 22 mai. Mais l'avion est transite par Nairobi. Il faut partir d'ici à 20h pour arriver à Nairobi à minuit. Et demain, le 22, je prends l'avion de Nairobi vers Kinshasa selon le billet acheté par le forum.
Merci beaucoup. We'll solve that issue. Meet that lady who's coming in, and they'll guide you accordingly. So in view of what the honorable member, if the honorable member has to go and check out, we will wait for the honorable member to come back, since we are coming back into the room at 20 past. Thank you. maybe a quick roll call so that we are sure we start with this side and then we move that side. Angola, present. Eswatini, Namibia, Madagascar, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Eswatini. Did I say Eswatini? Malawi, Malawi absent. Okay. Lesotho, Mozambique, Seychelles, who have I not mentioned? Oh, Botswana. My sincere apologies. Otherwise, I will not land in the country. Botswana. So we're waiting for DRC and Malawi. Okay. Okay, DRC is here. Oh, Zambia is online, honorable members. We should not forget. Zambia is online. Okay. May I kindly confirm, is Zambia online? Honorable member from Zambia, are you online? Kindly indicate so we count your vote. Assist me, Secretariat, is Zambia online? Malawi is here now. Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, maybe at this point, allow me to take you through the procedural guide for elections for the position of chairperson and vice chairperson for the Human and Social Development and Special Programs. As indicated earlier, the tenure for the current chairperson and vice chairperson of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Human and Social Development and Standing Committees, who were elected in May 2022, have now come to an end as they have served for a 2-year term. Honorable members, the Secretariat has prepared a procedural guide for transparency, and this guide is relevant for the provisions contained in your constitution and the rules of procedure regarding the elections of chairperson and vice chairperson, as well as the eligibility of member parliaments for the 2 positions for the committee. Honorable members, allow me to take you through the provided rule number 39 of the rules of procedure, which states that, and I quote, each committee shall elect a chairperson and a vice chairperson. The chairperson of a standing committee shall preside over all the meetings of the committee. In his or her absence, the vice chairperson shall assume those duties, and in the absence of the vice chairperson, a member designated by the committee shall preside over the committee on an interim basis. Honorable members, I now refer to the rotation principle, Article 15, subsection 3 of the SADC Parliamentary Constitution provides for the principle of rotation in the election of the chairperson and vice chairperson of the standing committees. As follows, Chair, and I quote, members of the standing committee holding the position of chairperson or vice chairperson shall retire by rotation, meaning that a member parliament with members serving in the positions of chairperson or vice chairperson of a standing committee shall not be eligible for re-election to the positions in the immediate subsequent term. Close quote. Honorable members, I will not refer to the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus Article 16.2, as this is not relevant. However, safe to say that this shall be elected from among the chairpersons of National Women's Parliamentary Caucus. Further, Rule 43(2)(f) and G of the Rules of Procedure, which governs the position of the SADC Parliamentary Forum President and Vice President, is applicable to standing committees. Consequently, a national parliament that has previously held the position of committee chairperson cannot be re-elected to the position until the rotation cycle is completed. Similarly, a national parliament that has previously held the vice chairpersonship position for a standing committee is ineligible for election to the position until the rotation cycle is completed. Honorable members, now the issue of gender principle. Rule 38, subsection 5 of the Rules of Procedure provide for gender balance in the election of chairperson and vice chairperson of standing committees as follows, and I quote, as far as it is practically possible, gender considerations shall be taken into account when deciding chairpersonship of the committees. When the chairperson of a committee is a woman, the vice chairperson shall be a man and vice versa. Honorable member, this rule has been interpreted in various ways in our recent elections. I would like to expand a little bit more regarding the issues for the purpose of gender, balancing gender, political affiliation, and gender representation in the membership of our standing committees. It says the plenary may mandate the Secretary General, subject to the approval of the Executive Committee, to reallocate parliamentarians to standing committees. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to remind you that it is important that we balance gender, that we balance political affiliation and geographical spread within the committees and their leadership to ensure diversity and plurality in our committees. In this case, honorable members, if we do not achieve these principles, then by virtue of Rule 38(4), it is possible for the Plenary Assembly to mandate the Secretary General on the recommendation of EXCO to relocate members of Parliament to standing committees. Honorable members, therefore, to avoid a situation where members of Parliament are reallocated, it is necessary to consider these factors in advance as we step into elections and determine eligibility of candidates to stand as chairpersons and vice chairpersons. I mean to also add that within the committees, honorable members, it is usual for the forum to encourage countries which have not recently held the position of chairperson of a particular committee to take up the position by the principle of rotation. This applies to the executive committee as well as standing committees in view of achieving inclusivity of all parliaments and fostering mutual dialogue at the level of the forum. Honorable members, we should note that gender consideration are to be taken into account to ensure that committees are gender balanced and so that thematic issues are mainstreamed and can be incorporated from a gender lens. So that is why we emphasize that where a chairperson is a woman, the vice chairperson who will be eligible will have to be a man, vice versa. This applies to all standing committees. Please note that this is important, honorable members, as a criteria, as we agree that diversity and inclusivity are sacrosanct values at the SADC Parliamentary Forum, as set out in our own strategic plan. Now, going to the procedure for nominations, having elaborated on those important two provisions, honorable members, the procedure for nominations of candidates for the positions of chair and vice chairperson, the returning officer will invite nominations for each of the two positions. Each nomination must be seconded. Each nominee may be given up to 3 minutes to present their manifesto before the election. If only one nomination is received, the candidate shall be declared duly elected. In the event of multiple candidates, elections will be conducted through a secret ballot. Each member will be eligible for one vote. The rest of the voting procedure will be explained beforehand. To ensure gender balance, honorable members, I've already spoken about that. Upon the announcement of the duly elected vice chairperson, he or she will have the opportunity to deliver his or her acceptance speech. The elected chairperson shall assume the chair and deliver closing remarks and officially declare the meeting closed. Honorable members, I believe that I need not go further into the eligibility criteria as we did that earlier. However, for the avoidance of doubt, those who are eligible for the position of chairperson are Angola, Botswana, Democratic Republic of Congo, Eswatini, Lesotho, Madagascar, Mozambique, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. Those who are eligible for the position of vice chairperson are Botswana, Democratic Republic of Congo, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. Are they, oh, sorry, Mozambique, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Honorable members, are there any issues for clarification? Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. May I call for nominations for the position of chairperson? I see Botswana. Please use the microphone, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Kati from Lesotho for chairmanship.
Honorable Kati from Lesotho. I see Mozambique.
Só quero secundar também a proposta que eu tinha.
Mozambique is seconding the nomination of Lesotho. I see Angola.
Muito obrigado. Senhora Secretária-Geral, eu gostaria de apoiar também o Lesotho.
Lesotho, 3 threaded. Okay, okay. DRC is raising their hand.
Candidat à la présidence, RDC.
I don't have interpretation. Did the member say
Okay.
they're nominating DRC? Okay, oh, sorry. DRC, unfortunately, you cannot nominate yourself. Eswatini, is
Thank
there
you.
a further nomination from Lesotho?
I'm seconding Lesotho.
Yes, okay, honorable members, you are rigging elections. Okay, okay. It appears, are there any further nominations besides Lesotho, honorable members? I therefore declare Lesotho as the chairperson of the honorable. We never even asked you if you accept the nomination because it appears you caucused effectively outside. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, honorable members, for making my task ever so
Procedurally,
simple.
Madam, procedurally, I should think he must accept.
Yes. Well, okay, Lesotho, may you kindly pronounce yourself in that regard?
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General, Madam Chair, honorable members. It is with great gratitude that I accept the nomination for the position of chairmanship. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call for nominations for the position of vice chairperson. Honorable members, I can remember, we now have the chairperson as male. I will only take on board nominations for women and Seychelles.
Thank you, Madam SG. I would like to nominate Zimbabwe as contestant for vice chair. Thank you.
Zimbabwe, honorable members, I see Namibia.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. I second that nomination for Zimbabwe.
Seconded nomination. Honorable members, are there any further nominations besides Zimbabwe? Zimbabwe, wawina. Okay, honorable members. Honorable member, can you kindly pronounce yourself regarding your nomination?
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Thank you very much, honorable members. I humbly accept the nomination. Thank you.
There be no further nominations. I declare Zimbabwe as the Vice Chairperson of the Human and Social Development and Special Programs. Your leadership, honorable members, Lesotho is your chair and Zimbabwe is your Vice Chairperson, unanimously voted for. Thank you very much. A man and a woman, congratulations. Thank you very much, honorable members. I think at this point, we are done with the elections. However, because I was moving elsewhere, we'll continue with the current chair. Towards the end, you'll do your closing remarks and declare the meeting closed. Thank you for your understanding.
Thank you, Madam SG. I would also like to congratulate Honorable from Lesotho on your election as the new chairman, and also Honorable from Zimbabwe, Honorable Lynette, on your election as the new vice chair. I think it's the best birthday gift you could have ever gotten for today, right? Okay, so we will continue with our presentations. We will be having presentations on climate change and the rights of displaced children and those on the move, access to SRHR services for children in the SADC region, gaps, opportunities, and good practices in child-sensitive budgeting in the SADC region. So our presenter will be Dr. Fokala from the Center for Human Rights and University of Pretoria. Dr. Fokala, the floor is now yours.
Thank you. When we get to class, there is already a mic, that is active. So issues about putting mics on is not part of our skill sets. But the last time I spoke to parliamentarians was in February 2020. And I'll tell you why I'm bringing that intro that way. And this was at the Pan-African Parliament. We had a very interesting session, which I'm hoping that I'll bring it here. And to also say that, yesterday you saw my colleague here, Carter, and today you've seen myself and another colleague still at the end there, Awani. So I'm making submissions. My presentation today is something that affects all of us, but at the same time, all of us, most of us, are in denial that it exists. But we see it, we experience it, yet we refuse or we reject that it doesn't exist. So I'm not going to do a classroom presentation style, but more of an open conversation style, so that we can share experiences. And the first one that I would like to call is Malawi. Do we have Malawi? Yes, dear Honorable. I would like you to tell us what was the experience in Blantyre when you have that excessive flooding that took place in Malawi. How were children affected in that space? And it's also described to us the community hall where you took everyone in order to rebuild their houses and everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for recognizing Malawi to share what actually happened during the time when we had the floods in my country. Really, it was a very, very bad situation for us as Malawians, and inclusive of our children, specifically in the southern part of my country, like in Blantyre and other districts around. Yesterday, I spoke about the same issue when I was here, when we were talking about the 10 points in regards to the presentation that we had about it. I spoke about the climate change, and I pinpoint that it was really a bad situation whereby we could see that because of the flooding, children had no access to everything, I may say so. Because most of the roads were cut off, the bridges were cut off. It was raining heavily every day. The floods were all over. Their homes were washed away. They had no food. They had literally nothing. Even their clothes, they were washed away. And because of this, most of these people or children who were affected were lodged in one place like camps. So you can imagine people lodged in a camp or in a particular school or a classroom block. Where do they access healthy facilities? Where do they get good food? Which school are they going to attend? So our children really were affected. You talk of a mother who is pregnant, who wants to give birth, but there is no road or no ambulance who can take that patient to a hospital to make sure that the baby in her must be born in a good hospital or must receive good, healthy facility. So you see that our children were affected because of the same. They had no drugs. There were no drugs, no good place for them to live, no food, not even a school to go and access good education. Just to cut the story short, they had nothing but only them and their life to look after. But I would like to thank all members, states who came in and all the stakeholders who came in time to assist us. And we saw a lot of countries who supported us to make sure that we are back again on our feet, and we saw to it that drugs were going straight to their camps, food were being sent to their camps, and some health facilities were opened, like a temporary one. The medical doctors and what have you, they were there. So just to cut the story short, it was a terrible situation for us. And to make things worse, most of these people, even these young ones, when they were being put in a camp, we saw on the other hand that they were abused sexually, which was also another bad thing. Our girls were abused sexually on the other hand because of the other people, the unruly people who were there. They were abusing our girls. So these floods brings a lot of uncertainties, which was really bad for our country. In short, that's what I can say. Thank you so much.
And I think I should have as well not behaved like I wasn't here when elections took place. But just to also acknowledge the fact that I was here, I can be, if they ask for a witness who can testify to the transparency of the elections, you can call me. And in that regard, I've said congratulations to the officers in place and Lesotho. The next country that I want to go to is Madagascar. En 2021, vous avez eu l'inondation. Donc, jusqu'au niveau que vous avez, vous avez eu un arrêt au niveau de l'entrée dans votre pays. Vous avez eu aussi autant de difficultés dans votre pays. Pouvez-vous nous expliquer ce qui s'est passé au niveau du Madagascar et l'expérience que les enfants ont vécue?
Oui, merci de m'avoir donné l'opportunité de partager un peu le cas de cette inondation dans mon pays. C'était en 2021. En fait, c'était pas facile. Mais heureusement que nous avons un gouvernement, un président qui est très, très dynamique. Mais il y avait aussi l'organisation, l'ONG, qui était en étroite collaboration avec l'État. Donc, il y a une certaine synergie. Toutes les acteurs est mobilisés pour maîtriser la situation. Mais c'était pas facile. Mais ensemble, donc, on a pu surmonter cette disons, catastrophe. Catastrophe et j'ai pas exactement le chiffre ou la statistique, mais je peux vous partager davantage tout à l'heure parce qu'il y a mon assistante qui travaille avec moi en ce moment pour avoir les statistiques exactes, pour avoir des idées claires par rapport à tout ça.
Bon, merci beaucoup. Si vous pouvez tell au micro, s'il vous plaît. But just a very quick one about Mozambique. There's Madagascar, of course, there's Mozambique as well that had massive flooding. The reason why I bring these scenarios is just to bring us to reality, to the fact that I'm not here to speak about something that happens in the sky. I'm speaking about what happens right here with us. And you can hear testimonies from the honorable members who are sharing their experience. In 2021, we had a student from Madagascar on one of our master's programs at the Center for Human Rights. I happened to have been the student supervisor. And when the program had concluded and the student had to go back to their country, the student could not go back. The borders were closed. And this was just after we had a very horrible COVID in Southern Africa. The borders were closed. He could not go back. We had to extend his stay in South Africa. Went on to get accommodation for him, provided food for him, and he stayed with us almost 4 months extra because of the excessive flooding that they had in Madagascar. The next approach that I want to take is to ask all the members of parliament who are here. My very big contestation with politicians is that we speak very well in rooms. When we step out of our rooms, we behave like nothing happened and we don't implement micro projects properly. That's my major issue, politicians. But I have a very strong feeling that all of us who are here, that we are the reformed group of politicians with people who have experienced certain things. I don't think there is anyone here whose education was interrupted because of rain, excessive heat, and all of that. So I see a reason why you don't believe in it. One, why you have no policies on it. Two, why you don't hasten to find measures to redress it. Three, the simple reason is because these are not experiences that you have had in your own life. But I want you to put on the glasses of a child who is going to school, wants to go to school in order to better their lives tomorrow. But this child's education is interrupted with flooded bridges, closed borders. You know, Mozambique can tell you as well the massive flooding that took place in Mozambique. Malawi just shared their experience. Zimbabwe also had it. South Africa had it. You know, in Durban, I'm sure we saw all those pictures. So with that little context and opening, I want to take us through a process where we are able, you know, as parliamentarians to leave from this place with at least a renewed knowledge, a knowledge that allows us to look at these things a little bit, not the fact that, oh, these are European or Western ideas that they are bringing to us, but that these are things that our own children are facing. And if you don't have a child-focused political approach, I promise you there is no future for this continent. But we all have to embrace the fact that all of us here were once children, and we do have children now. How do we safeguard these children and how do we protect them? Next slide, please. So that when we open this conversation now, we all are now aware that this is not Elvis trying to bring Western ideas to us. We don't know this thing. We don't produce enough gas emissions. Or we don't impact the horizon. True, fair enough. But we are one of the continents on the high risk end of receiving the impact of all this that happens across the world. So I will speak in 3 layers. One, I will speak about the evolution of climate change through the lens of a child. 2, I'll look at the adverse effects of climate change on children's rights. And 3, I will also look at children's rights monitoring mechanisms at the UN, AU, SADC platforms on how we as a SADC forum can harness and grow up this. I know that you might think that you are wasting your time here, but this is one of the most organized sub-regions of this continent. If I have to put ticks, I will start with SADC, then go to ECOWAS, and then start struggling where to go to next, maybe East Africa. And then the rest, you have no clue what is happening. In CEMAC, I don't even know who is there, and in all the other sub-regions. So take advantage of this network, next slide, of this network and this common sense of next slide, please. So right here, you find that we do have SADC countries, but we also have non-SADC countries. And the reason why I put the non-SADC countries, and here you see in particular South Sudan, Sudan, Nigeria, I won't speak a lot about it, but Nigeria has issues that deals with waste dumping and toxic waste dumping, where there is no proper process, either of medical equipment and all what we take in hospitals. So that number of waste dumpings is what also pollutes the environment. We have serious children with respiratory problems in some areas of Nigeria. But South Sudan is particularly underlined, just to bring in the context of Botswana and from Eswatini, not too hot, Namibia. Yeah, just to bring in the context of Botswana and Namibia, what we can experience in these two countries. Between the 23rd of March to 26th of May of March still, was excessive heat in South Sudan that killed 15 children in schools. 15. And these are numbers that were counted. So the ones that are not known, in fact, we don't know about them. So there could be more. And what was the reason? The government, the reaction of the government was simply to shut down schools and send the children back home because they couldn't cope with the excessive heat. And recently at the session, for the 43rd session of the African Children's Committee, something that I love doing, I know Honorable Misiwa was here yesterday, where we make presentations about some of these issues. As government, you have more resources than parents. You'll find out that if I look at you as a politician, I look at you as a government representative, as a holder of an office in your country as a parliamentarian, you have more money than if I look at you as a parent. So in you, I see two people. I see a parliamentarian and I see a parent. The parent is poorer than the parliamentarian because the parliamentarian has access to some resources that the parent doesn't have. But when you pass on a political decision, which you have to shut down schools and send the children back home, you're shutting down schools when you as a government, you have the resources to provide air cons, to provide shelter, in order to reduce the heat. But you send them back home where there's no air con, there's no money, there's no shelter. So the death rate increased. South Sudan has since apologized for that move. But at the end of this, I'll tell you why we take such moves. Some of these things is largely governed by the fact that we have intentionally rejected conversations around climate change. We've recognized our continent as a hot continent, as a continent that is full of heat. So we are used to it. But you as a parliamentarian and a parent, you can attest to the fact that when you were a kid and up to the heat that some of us had here in Johannesburg last month, or no, a couple of months ago, since December, by the way, we had never experienced it before. So you start asking yourself, what is happening? That's exactly what happened in South Sudan. But UNICEF has published reports on all the countries that are here, 16. All. That shows the index of how, the different heat waves, the different signals of climate change. As I said before, we do not produce a lot of carbon emissions. Maybe in the Southern African region, we could ask ourselves, but we do have coal. We burn coal. ESCOM can tell you more, for those of us who know much about ESCOM in South Africa. But we burn coal and all of that. But at the same time, and we also do mining. I see DRC with a lot of mineral resources, Eswatini, Botswana as well. We do a lot of mining, excessive mining, that also impacts the way that our earth structure is shaped. So what UNICEF did, next slide, what UNICEF has done is that, I'll get to that slide just now, is that it has produced something that we all have to look at very carefully. What the honorable member from Malawi just mentioned, and Madagascar, and I'm sure the same thing will be mentioned by Mozambique as well, is that they look at education. They said it impacted education because bridges were swept away. It also swept away classrooms, by the way, swept away schools. And I say this because when that happened, we were in Malawi. Just to hear what is happening in Malawi. And that's how we got to understand the impact of that. But you have all of that. So right here is a list of things that affect children when there is excessive climate change. Some you know of and some you don't know. One that you might not know very much is the issue of mental health. Those children were removed from school as if COVID was not enough. As if the fact that they were taken away from their friends, their peers, and asked to study online, as if it wasn't enough. Then we still have this climate change that also impacts their health that you cannot see, but you need to pay attention to your child. The next one is the intensity of natural disasters. These are all sickness. Some of us might not take it seriously, but food prices has gone up. And you might ask yourself, why has food price gone up? The soil that we love so much and we call our continent, one of the blessed continents in the world, I can promise you that it is. But it doesn't produce enough crops as it did before. It doesn't do that. That is why when you go to the supermarket, I'm trying to check the different currencies here. Okay, I'll just say the rand. I hope we'll all understand that angle. You go to the supermarket with 500 rands, and you find that what you get with 500 rands, of course, is different. Economics have a different idea to tell you about that. But we can also bring that into climate change, the impact of climate change, and the fact that it has eroded the nutrients of our soil, especially when there is climate-induced flooding. The last one on this list is what I want to look at: the threat to children's enjoyment of their right to health, life, sanitation, education, housing, culture, and development, among others. When you have what Uganda went through, now I'm going to East Africa to give examples. Uganda stopped education during COVID for 2 years, during COVID-19 for 2 years. So in other words, if we have kids here who are going to write matric and end of year exam at the age of 17, those kids in Kenya and Uganda will write at the age of 19 or maybe 20. The same applies to Kenya, and we all know about the recent floods in Kenya as well, where a lot of people died. Flooding swept away a lot of kids who were unable to swim. Next slide. But here is that index, or the indicators of what plays out in these different countries, in most of our countries. It's good. Nah, I can't move. I tried to, sorry. Yeah, I can't. There's no roving mic. But I want to point, sorry. Yeah, if there is one, so that I can move a bit and I do some pointing, so that we look at these numbers. You know, if they don't scare you, this is because maybe you live in a glass house or you live in a very comfortable home. But you need to think of that relative. Don't go too far by your neighbor. Think about that relative who doesn't have car allowance, who doesn't have housing allowance, who doesn't have groceries allowance or clothing allowance. Think about that person, because that is the person who voted you into office, was a parliamentarian. So when you think about that person, then you will see that most of the things that affect most of us during climate change affects that person. Maybe you are in a parliamentary village where you live, where the irrigation is perfect. You know, there are people there working around cleaning and everything looks so clean. But the same person who put you there is not having it. Is going through the worst of it. What can you do as a parliamentarian is to ensure that you legislate and that those legislations are implemented. Because at the long run, if you don't do that, then it counterplays your own interests as well, your own political interests. Because you will go back. I haven't seen any parliament that has a term limit. No. As a bureau member, you have a term limit. What's the term limit what's the term limit? As a chairperson now, 2 years. After 2 years, you need to leave. Or you take one more, I think there's an extra, then you leave. So there's term limit there. But everyone here can still come back as a parliamentarian in their various countries or within the SADC Parliamentary Forum. You can still come back. We've seen parliamentarians gone for 30 years or 40 years, they're still in parliament. But the point that I'm making is that if you have been in parliament and in politics for so long, it is that person who suffers the most of this climate change who keeps bringing you back. So maybe it's time to consider the fact that we need to give back to these people by ensuring that we build sustainable bridges, by ensuring that we build sustainable schools, by ensuring that we have good irrigation in our countries, by ensuring that we provide measures that will mitigate against the impact of climate change. Next slide. This, I will leave them with you. Then the other thing that also affects, I want to look at the SDGs. Here in the continent, we have Agenda 2063. We should all know about it. We also have Agenda 2040 for an Africa fit for children. We should also know about it. But I want to bring the United Nations platform, or at least agenda, that speaks to the issues of the impact of climate change. All of us in our different countries, and I'll be surprised to see if there's anyone here who doesn't have that. All of us in our different countries, we have ministries and mechanisms that respond to the SDGs, that ensure that when we report to the UN, we also include in our report how we tend to attain, the objectives of the SDGs. By 2030, they will come to an end. But let's not make climate change become one of the stories that we have in this continent now. One of them is child marriage, the never-ending child marriage. So we don't have to look at climate change in that way. We are in a position where we have to take quite good measures. I'll be shocked if in your reports to the UN, when you speak about good health and well-being of children, if you completely ignore the mitigating circumstances that you would have put in place as a state to mitigate climate change. The next one is, of course, there's climate action that also needs to be taken. With climate action, you're looking more at those measures that you have put in place, either through climate financing, where when you get access to these resources, that you also use them meticulously in your different countries, that you also look at the issue of gender equality. There's a very good report. I didn't bring it here with me, but it's right there in the office, that brings out the fact that women suffer more from the adverse effect of climate change than the boy child. And the reason is because, one of the things that they mentioned in the report is because when you have the situation that Malawi went through, or Madagascar, or Mozambique as well went through, and everyone is lumped into a hall by the government in order to, secure people. The young girls who are in that space, they also have menstruation that that happens to them, which is a natural thing. So you find that is a level at which they have picked the issue of intensity of the adverse effect of climate change on a girl child as compared to a boy child, because sanitary measures in that hall is not experienced in the same way between a girl child and a boy child. But our go-to approach easily for most governments is to say, no, 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 we have a hall, we have a hall. Let's all lump everyone in there, you know, and then charity will come, bring bread, bring all of these blankets, but there's no sense of privacy. There is no sense of hygiene. There is no sense of human dignity in most of those places. I'm sorry to say, to my honorable member, that's what I saw in Blantyre. That's what I saw in Blantyre, and that for me was a shock. And in all of this, we'll see that one of the things that we need to do as a government or as politicians is that, one, we have educational and consultative policies that speak about these issues. You don't need to have a blanket approach to climate change, because the way it affects those who are in Gaborone is different from the way that affects someone in Windhoek. It's different, but these are two countries that have a desert-like character, but the impact is different. Maybe with the high rise or the trees that are planted, I'm thinking between the two of them, which has most trees? Windhoek. I think Windhoek has more trees than Gaborone in the city centers. If you look at the number of trees that they've planted in Windhoek, you say, okay, maybe this helps to shelter some of the impact of climate change and heat. So you encourage Botswana to plant more trees as well, to ensure that there's a bit of greenery, you know, that helps to shelter the heat. The next thing we have is disaster risk reduction policies, that you have a policy that also looks at reducing disasters. You don't honestly really need a huge, how do you call this money that you guys receive to do projects? How do we call it? Sorry? Yes, from the government as community development funds. Is that you call it in Malawi? Yes, when you get community development funds, you know, what most of us do is that we buy branded things, but I'm pleading that let's not forget climate change. Let's also encourage the people in the community where we come from to plant trees. That shouldn't cost up to $1 million pullers. No, you say, let's plant trees. You can run tree campaigns, trees, just that. It will play a very big role. And you plant, not mangroves, because they have a lot of roots that float around a lot, but you plant good climate, you know, sustainable trees or plants. Just trees, and you will see the difference that happens in your different constituencies. And then we have the issue of litigation. My biggest fear is that we shouldn't get here. We don't have any case yet in the continent, but I can promise you that because I also sit on the working group on children and climate change at the level of the African Union or level of the committee, African Children's Committee, we are gradually encouraging or speaking to the fact that if states do not wake up to the reality of what we are seeing already in the continent, then maybe we have to start asking if we need to litigate. But let's not get there. And then we have the issue of engagement by child rights mechanisms, CSOs who are here, and of course the different committees that you have within the forum, that these children's rights issues, next slide, that is children's rights issues that we can all, you know, look into that. So we have the committee that has a working group. If you need more advice on these issues, you can also write to the committee or seek for an advisory opinion from the African Children's Committee. I think you're all welcome to do that. If you write to the Secretariat, then they can provide advisory opinion to the SADC Forum on how to mitigate the impact of climate change. Then you also have the UN committee that has a General Comment 26 that provides a very lengthy and elaborate, you know, tool for all of us to read and see how, one, climate change impacts children, two, policies that we should adopt at national level to mitigate the impact of climate change on children. So General Comment 26, and then we have other UN treaties, which I'm going to plead that as one of my recommendations is that please encourage your governments to ratify the UNFCCC. I know some of you have, but please just try to ratify that. Also ratify the Paris Agreement. It's very important. These two instruments will give us a lot of coverage and standing in front of the COPs that usually takes place, or the community of practice that takes place, either COP28 that happened in Dubai, recently, or COP27, that also happened recently, but that you go as a country want to have access to climate finance so that you don't have to blow out your budget. One of the things that they decided now at the recent COP is that they are now providing measures for climate financing, that they will support countries that have suffered or that have had severe impact of climate change. And the ones that I mentioned already can prove that they've had it, and they can also have access to that. The fund has not yet been established, but at least it has been approved. So they're still working on looking for where the money will come from, where they will now have the fund and different countries can have access to. The good news about it is that there is going to be a lot of prioritization on on the global South countries, and which most of us, all of us, are one of those. Next slide. Now, the only case that has been litigated so far at the global level is this case. Let me scare you a bit with this last entry. No one is free. So what this case has brought to light in the children's rights space is that the children's rights, organizations and children themselves can litigate against all of you in one case. In one case, they can bring all of you to the AU, the committee, or to the commission, but most to the committee. And how would they do that? Is the fact that I'll look first at Mozambique. When the floods started, the one that went through Zimbabwe and hit Malawi, it started in Mozambique. So children in these three countries could bring up a case against these three countries. And also, thank you. So they can, that's quite loud. So they can bring up a case against these three countries with what we refer to as extraterritorial obligations. So even though it started in Mozambique, they would say, but the impact and the lack of protection of mitigating circumstances adopted by Mozambique has led to the fact that the climate disaster went into Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe also failed, and then it moved into Malawi. Malawi also failed. And for that reason, we are bringing a case against the governments of these countries. So not one. So the difference between civil war, besides what happens, I'm sure the DRC will testify that what happens in the Kivu region, the DRC, has not spread to Johannesburg in South Africa. It hasn't spread to Harare in Zimbabwe. It hasn't gone to Windhoek. No, it hasn't. But with climate change, it can happen in Mozambique, and it moves gradually into, South Africa, Durban, moves into Zimbabwe, moves into Malawi, and then moves into Zambia. So these cases are possible. In this case, 16 children, including a South African, brought the case against Argentina all because there were many other countries, Brazil, France, Germany, and Turkey. Geographically, these countries have no boundaries, except France and Germany that share a boundary. Brazil is in the south, America is in the south, Turkey is somewhere there, of course, now closer to Europe. When they brought a case against all these countries, the argument that I just used now is the same argument that these children use. For those of us who are lawyers in the hall, we will understand that the issue of exhaustion of local remedies is very important in a court case at this level. But they did not care about the issue of exhaustion of local remedies. Their argument was simply based on the extraterritoriality impact of climate change. Yes, the matter was not concluded, was dismissed on that ground. But I can tell you, fast forward to 2024, where we are now, another case was brought up at the European Court, that involved many other countries. That case went through. That went through because from this first experience, they were able now to see that there is actually a case that can be brought against several countries. But now with the second case in Portugal, it went through. And on that matter, they said the issue of local remedies in this case is a little bit fluid. Reason being, most governments do not even have the little approach of how to mitigate climate disasters. And the best approach that most governments have taken is to hurt children more. The recent flooding in Kenya, the government had a bold mindset to announce that schools should be suspended because of something, flooding, that is climate induced. And when schools are suspended, children are impacted more. You have already had education. My biggest plea to you is that as politicians, I am begging and pleading on behalf of your children that you see how to ensure that these children go through an interruption-free education phase. Because after all of us here, they will be in our seats. And I'm going to give you 3 recommendations that you will take back home and see how to build on. The first one is to reject the idea of denying the fact that we have climate change, that it is a reality for us as a continent. With those 3 recommendations, they are not on the slide. With those 3, that recommendation is that you carry out campaigns. Do not listen to anyone who thinks that you are wasting your time. You carry out education campaigns that generate more awareness on the impact of climate change, especially if you run them in communities that have been affected. The governments are also encouraged to generate guidelines, national guidelines, on how to mitigate climate change, on how to mitigate the impact of climate change. At the AU level, we already have one. And I know in some of our countries, we have some. But it's important that we look at all the different facets of what affects climate change and what provokes it, that we have some guidelines on how to secure that. And that the first approach should not be to close our schools. That shouldn't be. And if we have to propose an alternative so education continues. The second one is that the third one is that we encourage children to be involved in such processes. How many of us have children in parliament sessions? According to records, every country in the continent has it. But how many of us have active children's parliament? I could see Botswana just say, how many of us have active children's parliament? We don't. Ms. Fatini, you have youth, which includes children, right? Because it starts from 15. Children is anyone below the age of 18. So you start from 15. That children are part of that set. So do they meet? How often do they meet? We are not sure because it's not a very common thing. You are new in parliament. Before parliament, you should have known. Okay. Any other country?
Also have it, but it's not very active.
Which country is that? Botswana?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I could see from the yeah, but it's not very active. DRC, vous avez? Yeah. Okay, so DRC has it, Malawi has it, but Namibia, Madagascar, but how often do they meet? Yes, Mozambique as well. And the name? Tanzania. Yes. How often do they meet, the student parliament sessions? You don't know?
No, but in my country, I should think we have to blame us because we should facilitate that they should meet almost every day or every month or after every 2 months. But we don't facilitate because they are kids. They don't have resources, they don't have anything. So if you don't equip them, there's no how they can convene.
It's part of your statement. It's exactly why I asked that question. The reason why they don't meet frequently is because you think they do not have the capacity to meet. You think they don't have the capacity to generate robust conversations. You think they don't have the capacity to discuss issues. So you don't provide them resources. 2, you regard them as kids. But I can tell you now, if I bring my 9-year-old in this hall, the things that she will tell you, you'll be embarrassed. because you will see that the level of knowledge that they have now is higher than ours. And I always tell my daughter that I feel so embarrassed when she speaks so well, because at her age, I was nothing. So we shouldn't undermine that.
No. We are not undermining. While I'm saying there are kids, I'm referring to that they don't have facilities. Not that they are kids. I know they can plan even more than myself.
Yes.
But the problem is that we elders, we don't facilitate them to meet.
I like that. So as parliamentarians, I would strongly encourage you to encourage your government that they should, when you vote for a budget, I'm coming to you, that there is a budget for children in parliament sessions to convene at least when they have long holidays. During their long holidays, so they can convene maybe twice in a year, or minimum, where there are no resources, once in a year. But they should meet every year, where they discuss these issues. They discuss the issues that affect them. Before I go to Malawi, we at the center, and especially from where I'm sitting with my colleague right there, we run a project across the continent. We've covered 3 countries. In fact, we are on our way now to Zambia. So in case the Zambian honorable is there, she will see us if she comes. We'll be in Zambia on Thursday, and we'll be there right up to Sunday when we return. We run something that we try to encourage children only, to share their experience on what they want and how they feel that they are being protected and respected in their various countries. We've done it in Kenya, we've done it in Malawi. We're in Malawi last year, and now we're going to Zambia. And the next country, we've tried knock doors to go to Zimbabwe. We've not been able to go to Zimbabwe because when we were planning, they had elections. But we will see how we get to Botswana. Our former chairperson of the committee, Honorable Naniki, is now the chair of the NC. So she's not the chair of that in your country. So we are thinking of Botswana and the different countries that will come in. Eswatini as well, it's not forgotten, okay? So we encourage you to at least do that. Namibia, please.
Yes, I did confirm earlier that we do have a children's parliament that is quite active. But obviously of late, I would say the last year, it has deteriorated in terms of participation. It could be partly because of media coverage is an issue as well. When they're having sittings, there is not as much interest around it from the media to educate the masses on what's happening. But recently, I believe, not quite recent, but I think around 2019 to 2020, Namibia, together with UNICEF, had one of the first children's parliaments for 98 children within 14 regions, where they looked into marginalization, children with disabilities, etc. And they got experts in to give them some form of different perspectives on issues. So yes, Namibia is quite active in children's parliament. I believe there is also a minister that also emanated from the children's parliament. She's the current youngest minister in Africa, Emma Phyllis, at the age of 28. So again, we are active in that department.
Of course, your Minister of Justice, I hope she returns. It's a very good friend, Yvonne Dowsett. She's not young, but at least she has that idea of those type of things. Yes, time?
No.
Yeah, okay.
I would like to share for Seychelles. Yes.
Excuse me.
Seychelles, we have a very active youth assembly. It's called the Seychelles National Youth Assembly. They are overseen by the Seychelles National Youth Council under the portfolio of the Ministry for Youth. They are appointed under a one-year mandate. In 2022, we decided to change the system because before that, they were just appointed. Now they have to campaign in their respective schools. So they are represented by the schools. So each school has a representative in the youth assembly. So they get the chance to lobby, to campaign, and the students have to vote. And once the votes are done, there is this inaugural ceremony that is organized. And just recently, for the year 2024, the new youth assembly was elected. And The new speaker is actually the son of the chief whip of the government, from the government, from the parliament.
Is that because you could not find some other son?
No, actually, he was elected from his school. So it has nothing to do with his affiliation or anything. But just to know that we have a very active youth assembly, they bring forward motions and they get our support, because the one representing my constituency, she's in constant contact with me in regards to questions that she has to put forward or motions. So they are very active.
Brilliant. I will go to Mozambique, and then as Mozambique prepares, yes, then I'll say something about Botswana, which I think will encourage them to come back active.
Muito obrigado. Também queria partilhar a experiência de Moçambique, dizer que Moçambique tem um parlamento infantil, um parlamento muito atuante, que reúne uma vez por ano e tem convocado, quando estão em plenária, convocam o governo para levantar questões que o governo vai responder. É chamado o governo para responder ao parlamento infantil. Vão lá todos os ministros perfilarem, as crianças levantam, questionam assuntos relacionados com as crianças. Também, às vezes, convidam o parlamento para também procurar saber das leis, o que estão a fazer em prol da criança. Então, é um parlamento muito atuante que vale a pena incentivar.
My Portuguese is very low, but I get it. So the question I want to ask, how often do they meet? When they meet, do you give them once a year? When they meet, do you give them? Yeah. I'm saying once a year. When you meet once a year, do you give them?
Reúne uma vez por ano, no intervalo em que a Assembleia da República não tem sessões, porque eles reúnem mesmo na Casa do Povo.
On paper, that sounds very. You could pick up that there's an active children in parliament session in Mozambique, the same like it is. But do you know that before Botswana ratified the United Nations Convention, right, to the child, that was actually brought in by children? That was display or something, but there are children who brought it into the parliament for parliament to ratify the instrument many years back. So, and that is when Botswana picked up to have a very active children in parliament session. And then something happened along the way. And then it faded off. So on that second recommendation, I'm glad that we've had a very good conversation, including what we just heard now from Mozambique, is that has given me an idea to ask the question whether what happens with the deliberations from the children in parliament sessions? Do you leave them there, or you get them to speak, and then when they speak, say, these are kids. That's it. There's nothing that's come out of this process. Do you think when they call you, when you speak with that person, do you take those recommendations to parliament and ensure that either you legislate on those recommendations or that you stand against certain laws because you think that the constituency of children do not vote for this or do not want this? What do you do with their recommendations? Lesotho, do you have it? Do you have it? I was going to tell you if you said you do, I said that's lies. Yeah, I know. Well, we were in Maseru last month. I don't, or with the Minister of Social Development. Yeah, so start something. Yes. What do you do with the recommendations? When you say it, you show us proof.
I don't have the proof with me, but I can testify that there was a motion that was brought, I think 2 years ago, in regards to how do you call it, the benefits that the orphans receive. There was a motion that was brought by a member of the Youth Assembly, and the government listened to them. And last year there was a revision in regards to the there was an increase in the amount of benefit in regards to the benefit that the orphans and semi-orphans receive in regards to that. So there was a motion and the government listened to that. There are other other motions or questions that have been brought forward that have been attended to, but I don't have it with me now. So, yeah.
I want to conclude by saying that we do have a very active young or children's activists on climate change. We have a very active one. The UN Committee's General Comment 26, a good number of African children contributed to that general comment when they shared the idea. The point that I'm making is that nothing stops you from encouraging Parliament or Children's Parliament that when they meet, that they should discuss issues like this. And you'll be shocked at the recommendations that they will give you on how to attend to those issues. There is no way that as a man, I can experience it, I can explain the experience of birth or of giving birth. No, I can't. It's only a woman that can explain that because she would have gone through it. So there is no way that you think that you can explain children's problems without you listening to them when they are the ones going through it. There's just no way. So it's important that you get them into these conversations and so that they are able to also share what they experience. I saw your placard up. Yes.
Sorry, when she was explaining, I was deep in thoughts trying to find out something, but now I remember slightly. It was given presentation by the Minister of Finance. Due to the discussions that came out from that National Assembly of the Children's Parliament, they gave recommendations on increasing disability grants, especially for children, and that was actually implemented within the previous years of the appropriation bill. So that's one of the successes.
Brilliant. Yes, Malawi.
And what my colleague has said, same in Malawi, it's the same issue. I remember recently we had children's parliamentarians where we had a meeting with one of the committee, like the social committee, where we met at the Capitol Hotel. They were there under the Save the Children Fund. And really, I was impressed when these children articulated the issues of children. And most of the issues that you've already spoken here in regards the issue of climate change, the issue of disabilities, like the albinism type of people, and the issue of education. There were lots of issues. They tackled several sectors of life for them. So they brought all those ideas to us as members of parliament in the social committee, but I was there representing Parliamentary Women's Caucus as the vice chair of Malawi Parliament. And I believe that all the recommendations that they gave us under the Save the Children Fund, those recommendations, they go to the committee, and from the committee, they'll go straight to Parliament, because the committee has to give the outcome of their meeting has to be tabled in Parliament. So I guess the chair of the social committee is going to table all those recommendations in Parliament in the time when they'll be tabling their report on the floor in Parliament. Thank you.
And to conclude, just make sure that when you consult the kids or the children, that when you have gone through this process of social cluster and you've been able to accept their recommendations, please go back to them and tell them, you recommended, we have not legislated, so that they have the confidence to continue recommending. And I promise you, if you listen to them, you will have a solution, or at least some policy that will speak to their concerns on climate change in your various countries. Thank you so much. Is there any question? Do I take questions? No? Yes? No? I'm also happy with no questions.
Madam SG would like to
ask a question.
Yeah.
No, I don't actually have a question, just to thank you and the Center for Human Rights for always indulging us. I believe that some of these issues bring us back. We used to have an MOU with yourselves, and what used to happen is that your post-LLM students were placed in various parliaments in the SADC region, and precisely to follow up and assist members, because on the ground, when a bill comes, it's always good for somebody who can assist members, to look and imagine what else can assist us. And also with what you referred to in your presentation earlier, issues of petitions are going to be with us much more in the region, depending on the issues that are befalling our citizens. Most of these issues are impacting on our democracies, whether it is hunger, climate change, whether it is all the issues that we've really spoken of today, are quite important. And I think it will undermine our democracy if we have to wait for the courts to instruct us, and instruct parliament. It will also not create a healthy relationship when we look at the three arms or limbs of government in terms of how they should cooperate. So if you could kindly consider reflecting on also, let's collaborate more around bringing back those post-LLM students, and they can be placed in various parliaments. Nowadays, they don't really have to be there physically all the time. So maybe given the constraints that we have and the poor resource setting that we operate under, we could probably hatch out a framework. But just to indicate that we do need, they left a lot of good work in most parliaments. And the beauty about it is that they don't always have to come from the SADC region, because you take from a pond. And we had very successful students that worked with that, like Inga, who's now, Rofia, who was in Lesotho, Divine Afuba, many others. And I think that also exposing some members of parliament used to do that for us, just around human rights issues on these lenses. We also would appreciate that as part of growing the whole issue of reporting and domestication. We have a committee now that looks at some of these agreements, treaties, and conventions. Kindly consider that. I didn't want to leave. Unfortunately, we're going to Pretoria. We have to be running to a meeting, but just to register our appreciation and these few requests for your consideration.
No, we will definitely consider that, and we can have more engagements after this, and then we see how we continue that support. The names you've mentioned, Divana Fubas and all whatnot, those are some of our proud flag bearers that we will definitely see how we support. As I said, we know of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We also know there's something happening in ECOWAS. We know there's something happening in East Africa, but I have no clue what's happening in Central Africa. And I don't want to mention things, but that is the way I see it. So, given a structure, I'm sure that as a center, we'll be able to see how we collaborate.
In your annual moot sessions, please moot our model laws further. and so that we get perspective for members of parliament to see what's happening. So France used to allow us those opportunities. So I know Nkata and yourself will also assist us. So thank you.
Yes, no, we will. I will talk to Nkata, and then we'll see how we get into that space and how we bring this back up to the floor. The good news is that France is still with us, so we see him every day. So we can definitely just keep pinching on that experience and see how we build that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fukara, for your very eye-opening presentation. We will move to our last presentation for the day, which is on the role of Parliament in the protection and promotion of children's rights. So I'm going to hand over to our distinguished resource person, who is Mr. Nyati, who will be making the presentation. He is from the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria. Mr. Nyati, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. The first slide. Thank you. I think the microphone is okay, right? Yeah, so I think this is the culmination of what's been happening for the past 2 days. Most of the things, most of the issues have already been discussed. So I think I'll be very generic here, also in the interest of time. I'll do so also being mindful of the fact that our political systems are different and our parliaments operate in a different way. So you can pick what you want to pick and leave what may not be applicable. Slide 2. So, well, perhaps the starting point so that we are clear about this is that parliaments have an obligation to advance children's rights. And where does that obligation come from? From international law, here specifically the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Some of it from your own domestic laws, from the constitutions, for example. And also because children are a vulnerable group that really, children are a vulnerable group that doesn't have political capital. So make that your responsibility to always advance their rights and always act in their best interests. So any action that you take must always be very deliberate and very dedicated, because you know that you are representing a constituency that that cannot vote. Maybe that's also maybe a debate for another day, because I do believe that we've gone this far, and you may want to even consider lowering the age of voting. There are some debates in some countries as well. I say so because a few years ago, I was invited by the Minister of Justice discussing how we can abolish child marriages, what should be the ideal legal framework. So child parliamentarians in Zimbabwe, right? They were invited. They were so erudite. Like, I'm a lawyer, but I think the way they were presenting their issues, I felt it was even far much better than I was, trying to be technical and presenting. They simplified everything. I was really impressed. Then sometimes it's not always the case with some of our MPs as well. And here you have children that are so confident. They know what they really want, and the people that represent them sometimes, I think we really should change them. Which perhaps we'll look at it later. I think Elvis has already spoken about that, child participation, because it's one of the very key principles when it comes to parliamentary role as well. So I think from yesterday, we already spoke about how there is a very comprehensive, a fairly comprehensive normative framework as a guide. What is it that we can do to make sure that we breathe life into it, into our states? From the onset, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child says that member states of the African Unit, member states of the Organization of African Unity, AU now, and parties to the present charter shall recognize the rights, freedoms, and duties enshrined in this charter and shall undertake the necessary steps in accordance with their constitutional processes and with the provision of the provisions of the present charter to adopt such legislative or other measures as may be necessary to give effect to the provision of this charter. So it's not even a mistake that they started with legislative, because they know that Parliament, that's where everything happens. Parliament drives almost everything. So all SADC member states have ratified the charter, which means that they have an obligation to make sure that they have legislative reform that conform to the African Children's Charter. This means that they have to, well, ratification, of course, almost everyone knows here, but I'm just repeating this so that we don't lose the thread. It means that the states have to comply with the provisions of the African Charter, and the Parliament have a very critical role in ensuring that compliance. Even the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the body that is established by the Charter, it has said so in its general comment. General comment is this, the body established by that particular treaty interprets in an elaborate way certain provisions in the Charter. So the African Committee, with Honorable Mrs. N. Musiwa here yesterday, says that it is therefore crucial that lawmakers, drafters, state law advisors, and parliamentarians at national and where relevant other levels be made aware of their duties and obligations regarding children's rights in accordance with the Charter. So legislators should therefore use the African Children's Charter as the starting point. Each time we are debating legislation, for example, just read around and at least know what the African Charter says about this. I was reading the Hansard, it was a certain country that I will not name. I think it was a year ago or so. It was a very important piece of legislation. It was a bill relating to children. It went to it's a bicameral, that state as a bicameral parliament, so you can narrow down the countries. So yeah, so the minister presented it. Pretty much almost all the legislators had not even read it. That was a very important piece of legislation, and he realized that, and he gave them time. I think they resumed the day after. If you read the Hansard again, you can tell that even the following day they had not read it because they were debating about something completely different, something that they'd actually debated about a year or so back and actually passed this law. They were debating corporal punishment, and that bill didn't have anything to do with corporal punishment. And I think then I realized that we may have a problem here, because we do have a very comprehensive normative framework on children's rights. And sometimes we do expect that at least our legislators know a bit about it, not much. Yeah, we appreciate that sometimes you're busy, you really don't have the time, but at least know some principles that are applicable in some instances. Someone like me, maybe who's a researcher, if you're sitting down and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child says states must take legislative measures. You know, that rings in my head. It's like it's almost a given that yeah, of course they should do that, but it doesn't happen that way. And I think we have to remind each other now and then that those treaties are very important when it comes to ensuring that we advance children's rights. We don't just argue from maybe darkness, but we have a guiding point. Now we have Agenda 2040. Most of our ministers know about Agenda 2040. Sometimes they don't do much about it because they know that parliamentarians are not going to ask them about that. But these are the things that you should, you see now perhaps at the beginning of each and every term of parliament, the legislative agenda is laid out. As a parliamentarian, I think it should be a duty to say, oh, I hear what the agenda is. I can see that But what are the other things that we have to achieve, that we have an obligation to achieve as a region, as a continent? I think I will skip the 10 key aspirations. I think you did this yesterday, right? I just wanted to repeat them so that at least we don't lose the threads. Because that Agenda 2040, it's the Lord, sir. It's the guiding light of what Parliament should do in order to advance children's rights. In 2020, this is 2024, right? We shouldn't be talking about things such as child marriages. We should be, because there are so many other emerging issues as well. Yeah, but if you look around, like what Sally was presenting on, if you try to take stock about what's happening, that's when you realize that not enough is being done, sadly. So you look at the main role of parliamentarians, the legislative role. Charter imposes an obligation on parliaments to ensure that they advance the African Charter on the rights and the welfare of the child, so that the provisions of the charter are given effect. It's no use really to ratify such an important treaty and then do nothing about it, and so that you guides you to enact a child-centered law. Whatever law comes your way, and not only the charter, even the SADC model laws, whatever comes your way, you must make reference to the charter. You must make reference to the SADC model laws. Make sure that whatever we're passing here, the dates that you raise align to the AU, the Agenda 2040. Demand policy reform from those in the executive, and take public participation very seriously. We'll talk about it later when I'm just winding up about parliaments and public participation, especially within the context of children. Also, I think perhaps this is a bit of a tall order, but you also should be aware of the developments, the decisions of regional bodies, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the African Commission, even the African Court as well. They've, for example, just to give an example, I think one of the decisions actually ended up leading to legislative reform in Malawi, HRDA versus Malawi. So it was an amicable resolution. Malawi said, yeah, I think because in their constitution, a child was defined as someone who was under the age of 16, but the charter defines a child as someone who's under the age of 18. So at least they realize that now we are wrong, we shouldn't even be opposing this. Let's try to have an amicable settlement. On SRHR issues, with the case against Tanzania on return policies for pregnant adolescents, pregnant schoolgirls. Those are the things that you should always be mindful of. When you look at those decisions, for example, don't ever think that, oh, they are restricted to that country only. They are regional. Think about what your own country is doing as well, so that at least it guides you to have that reform agenda. And I think most importantly, the concluding observations. Your states report to these bodies. These bodies have their own concluding observations. Really take note of these because they're quite beneficial. Sometimes they recommend that you should have legislative reform. Take it upon yourselves to make sure that those are implemented, because it's just not a box ticking exercise. It takes quite a lot of deliberation, by the way. The state says, we have done this and this, but civil societies come and says, yes, we appreciate that, but you may not have done this and this. What is it that we can do to make sure that at least we protect and promote the rights of children? Then the committee eventually says, yeah, we are doing well, but consider maybe having this law or strengthening this law. You should make sure that you take note of that as well. There's a lot of general comments, including joint ones with the African Commission on child marriages, on FGM, and some of our, even the states that have made child marriage illegal, it's just sometimes on the surface. It doesn't really go as deep as what these general comments say, because sometimes it's just not even about lawmaking at all. It's about having policies in place that also make sure that those children who are victims of child marriages are protected going forward. How many states do that? Sometimes you just rush to say, oh, we've criminalized child marriages, and that's all. And then you realize that down the line, yes, we have a law, but those things are still happening. You have to look at the guidelines and standards and resolutions and model laws, like model law on eradication of child marriage and protecting of children already married. Yes. Like I said from the onset, that states should also take into consideration the emerging issues over and above what the normative framework says. Can give a few examples: privacy, the right of children to privacy in the digital sphere, children's HR, nutrition, climate change. You know, these things change a lot, because I think when I was growing up in the early 90s, you see, the only aspect of nutrition that we cared about, there was a terrible drought back then. Was underweight children, malnutrition. Now it's way more than that. Should be concerned about what children eat, so that at least the amount of sugar in children's food and stuff. Those are the issues that we should also be taking note of. Next. Then we come to another important parliamentary work as well: oversight and accountability. We have the laws. Now we have to monitor how they are implemented. We have the policies. Now we have to monitor how they are implemented. It's just not enough to have laws when they are not being implemented. We have to ensure that the government is accountable. Use the committees, the public hearings, to question the government officials on their progress in upholding children's rights and addressing any shortcomings. For those countries with the national human rights institutions, the human rights commissions, we have to make sure that they are accountable. What is it that they are doing that is related to children's rights? The African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, in its general comment 5, says that at least one commissioner within these institutions should be dedicated exclusively to children. I know that in some countries that have human rights commissions, we have that sometimes in passing, not as details as what the committee requires. What is it that, what's the agenda that will be pushing forward? Because the committee says this. Do you suggest that it happens and stuff? Because some just say, oh, we have a children's rights unit there in our commission. You read their reports, there's really nothing much on children's rights. Those countries, how many countries here don't have human rights commissions? How many countries do not have human rights commissions? Yeah, better. Yeah. So for those countries, the committee says that for those countries that do not have national human rights institutions, Parliament should support their establishment and their independence. And also, Parliament should have an oversight on state reporting and ensuring the implementation of the concluding observations. We've already touched on that. Because it's no use, like, for example, like I was saying, you deliberate, you take a lot of time in compiling a state report. Committee deliberates on it, the concluding observations are there. Committee is essentially saying, oh, we can improve on this and this, but that's not implemented. How many parliaments, for example, question, for example, the responsible ministers on that? on concluding observations by the African Committee of Experts. Isn't the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child requires that the state must submit some periodic reports to them on a yearly basis. And countries don't even sometimes bother. Sometimes when they report, it will be like we're having a backlog. You should also take that into consideration. Ask your ministers why they're not submitting state reports if ever they are having any challenges. So the committee then makes what is called concluding observations to suggest what can be improved. Many ministers get away with that because they know that they are not going to be asked. It's something that is there, and then they just shelve it. And it becomes a cycle of, sometimes I'm so shocked that you can see that a concluding observation said, well, something as simple as saying raise the minimum of the minimum age of criminal responsibility from say 7 to 12. And nothing is done on that. And in the next reporting cycle, that is still there. And the minister is promising the HSD committee that, yeah, it's in the pipeline. I don't know how long that pipeline is. It's in the pipeline, you see. So it's up to you, the parliamentarians, to say, look, this is what the committee said we should do. Can we not do something about it? Some of the amendments can be very minor. So these are some of the things that shouldn't escape parliamentary scrutiny. Also, how many parliaments here actually scrutinize the reports before they are submitted to these bodies, the African Union bodies, or even the UN bodies? I know that most of the time, ministries responsible for reporting, they usually, do some workshops with civil society organizations and stuff. And I can feel that there is a huge gap that is there because parliamentarians must also know what's being done because they're another arm of government. The committees the relevant committees can analyze reports submitted and assess if they accurately reflect the situation and identify the gaps. I was reading a report last year. I know it was a genuine mistake, but it was a very material mistake. I was wondering, how did this escape scrutiny? How is this going to turn? Because if the minister goes there and says, this is the state of affairs, when the law actually says something, there is much probing, unless if the NGOs raise it. Can also organize hearings with government officials, even CSOs. You must always take part in those, especially the parliamentary committees. If maybe the minister responsible for children is the one that reports to the committee, of course there'll be a parliamentary maybe committee for that. Ask them about that. Parliaments must also maybe establish mechanisms just to check the government's compliance with all the issues that are raised. I say this because it's really not easy. I'm not saying this as if it's easy. It's not easy to, especially to try and track the developments in children's rights because they're so scattered just right across. We have under the Ministry of Education, under the Ministry of Health and Childcare, they are all over. And some of maybe even the committees can lose track, but at least if you focus on issues that Agenda 2040 highlights, it may even be better. And then budget allocation, we've already, Elvis touched on that when he was speaking about child participation. Parliaments must always ensure that their budgets prioritize Agenda 2040. How much is the government allocating, for example, for children's programs, for education, for health, for registration? These are things that seem very minor, but the things that affect children a lot. whether maybe there are sufficient resources for child protection programs. Most of our countries have actually forgotten a lot about child protection because I think sometimes it's also because of over-reliance on funding partners. You have abdicated your duties to say, the government will be having a grant maybe from a certain funding partner. But most of you also have to know how much that money is being spent on what it was meant for as well. You have to ensure that there are specific lines on health, education, social services, because those are also very key elements when it comes to the advancing of children's rights. Then we come to the last one now, which is ensuring child participation. Maybe let me pause here for questions.
Any members with any questions to Mr. Nyati? Everything is clear.
Yeah, at least it's sort of a conclusion to what has been happening. So ensuring child participation, again, it's an obligation. Even the Committee's General Comment 5 says that, because children, they can't vote because most of our laws, or all of our laws, say that voting starts at 18, and so ensure that there is participation of children in issues that affect them. So you create those opportunities for children to voice their concerns. Like I was saying, sometimes we make an assumption that perhaps children don't know much about some of these issues that are being discussed. You'll be shocked. Actually, it was quite eye-opening when I attended that workshop. Excuse me, that workshop that I mentioned, because children, they knew about the African Commission, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. They knew about the committee. They knew what it says about child marriages. And I was there. I think I was supposed to present on that. I almost just went back home because they already outlined. And it's also in a very fun way now, because I may have not touched this, but at that time, there was a court order, a judgment saying that child marriages should be prohibited, because that's what the constitution says in Zimbabwe. And looking back, that's actually what the constitution says. So why didn't Parliament be proactive enough and move faster than waiting to be told by the courts what to do? Someone said, I think they've left, that sometimes it ends up creating a very unhealthy relationship between the Parliament and the judiciary, because you wait a lot to be told by the judiciary what to do. I remember back then, Zimbabwe already had a program on eradicating child marriages in line with the AU. And guess what happened? Instead of the government saying, no, we are really wrong for that, we are working on amending the laws, they dug their heels in the ground and they said, well, child marriages, it's okay because girls mature earlier than boys. But at that time, they already had a program running to eradicate child marriages. But in the court papers, perhaps another example why that creates a very unhealthy relationship. But it's Zimbabwe as well. I'll always give an example of Zimbabwe because it's my country. In the late 80s, the courts abolished corporal punishment. And Parliament simply ignored that and made sure that corporal punishment is in the Constitution, and amended the Constitution to say that it doesn't amount to torture or inhumane and degrading treatment or punishment. So it was back then. Parliaments may have been regressive. Yeah, nowadays it's we are much better than that. But now you see that it really creates that very unhealthy relationship. Sometimes you think, oh, why are we being told by the judiciary what to do? And another recent example again, I think it was on the edge of sexual consent. I say that in a very colloquial way. It's the courts again that have to raise that and order Parliament to do something within 6 months. I think it was to amend the relevant act, the Criminal Law Codification Act. Parliament just ignored, and what the courts have done now is that they just repealed that provision entirely. So for a few months there was a gap because sexually exploited children couldn't seek recourse in court until the president came up with a very creative plan, which shouldn't be encouraged because president shouldn't be making laws when we have parliaments that are there to make laws, and ended up coming with a statutory instrument to close that gap. So now as I speak, it's under consideration, and it's something that should have been done a while ago. Then ensuring child participation. Parliament should support the establishment and operation of children's parliaments at both the national and subnational level. I'm glad here that we have children's parliament. But just don't have them for the purposes of decoration. Make sure that they do give a lot of input into what you do. Give them feedback. Have an action plan because that's well within your purview. Have an action plan to develop and implement plans of action for child participation. So what are the challenges here? I think we've already discussed those, so I won't mention them. Cultural barriers, sometimes which are not really cultural barriers. I don't think our cultures are so wicked as to deny children their rights. It's us adults who just want certain things to go our way. And inconsistencies in laws within the African Children's Charter and inconsistencies in national laws with the African Children's Charter and SADC model laws. So what are the recommendations? The first one, let the African Children's Charter and Agenda 2040 be your guide in everything that you do that is related to children. Go back to these. If you think that maybe you want to contribute something, just go back to these and look at what they say so that you make that meaningful contribution to advance children's rights. Take note of the development by the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child. I think I had the Deputy Chair yesterday inviting you to even attend their sessions. It's quite an enriching experience because you'll have CSOs there, they'll be presenting on emerging issues and stuff. It's quite enriching, really. Be proactive and tackle emerging issues. Partner with CSOs where possible. Yeah, I was doing, yes. They are very important also. Don't restrict their existence and their operations because that's the broader aspect of also advancing children's rights. Always use the best interest of the child as a guiding principle. There is nothing that really holds you back from individually being advocates for children's rights. Take that upon yourself to say, at least I know something about the African Charter on the rights and welfare of the child, and just guide other fellow parliamentarians as well. Because truth be told, MPs are not the same. There are those like you who know things. There are some who don't know things. Take time to explain to them, especially those within your political parties. Be guided by model laws. And also ensure that even the regional protection of children's rights and the institutions that are relevant are strengthened. For example, for us here in SADC, we know we put the tribunal in a coma, and we are the only regional economic community that doesn't have a court of its own. East Africa has, ECOWAS has. Where are we failing? it's the duty of parliamentarians to raise those issues and hold the executive accountable to say, look, let's revive the SAGDA tribunal if we can and address the issues that led to its suspension. Thank you. So questions, contributions? Yeah, the MPs, I think no one likes speaking than members of parliament. Three, two, one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nyati, for the very insightful presentation. Everything was clear, so that's why everyone did not have any questions for you. Okay, so before we leave, I will be doing the closing remarks, and after that, I will have the new chair who will come forward to address you. Esteemed members of the committee, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw to close this significant gathering focused on advancing the AU Agenda 2040 for children and strengthening parliamentary engagement for child-centered legislation and policies, I am filled with a profound sense of optimism and determination. Our discussions over the past few days have been both enlightening and inspiring, emphasizing the critical importance of prioritizing children's rights and well-being in our legislative and policy frameworks. Reflecting on the challenges that children continue to face in our region, ranging from poverty and violence to education disparities and health inequalities, it is evident that concerted and coordinated action is imperative. The commitments made during this meeting to enhance our parliamentary engagement, enact robust legislation, and implement effective policies represent significant steps forward in our collective journey towards creating an Africa fit for all children. May I therefore extend my sincere gratitude to our resource persons from Equality Now, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and the Center for Human Rights for sharing their expertise, insights, and recommendations. Your contributions have been valuable in shaping our discussions and guiding us towards actionable solutions that prioritize the best interests of children. I also commend the dedication and hard work of our Secretariat for their tireless efforts in organizing and facilitating this meeting. Your behind-the-scenes work has been instrumental in ensuring the success of our deliberations and outcomes. May I also take this opportunity to congratulate the newly elected chairperson and vice chairperson of this committee and wish them all the best in their stewardship. As we depart from this gathering, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration, commitment, and advocacy for children's rights. We must remain steadfast in our resolve to translate our discussions into tangible actions that make a meaningful difference in the lives of every child in our region. More importantly, it is my hope that we will continue to champion child-centered legislation and policies within our respective parliamentary responsibilities. Together, we have the power to shape a brighter and more equitable future for our children, one where their rights are protected, their voices are heard, and their potential is fully realized. Thank you all for your active participation, engagement, and dedication to this important cause. I will now call upon the new chairperson, Honorable Kati, to address the committee. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you to thank you for the nomination to take the stewardship of this committee. This is a sign to me that you do believe in young people of this continent. As a young person, being given this opportunity means quite a lot for me. It is an opportunity for me to show that young people have something to offer to this continent. I would like to thank the outgoing officers, the chairperson and the vice chairperson. And I would like to say to you that we are going to rely on your guidance and support going forward, together with the secretariat. I would also like to thank the team of experts that came here to present a lot of information that we need to take action as the committee, as members of parliament from different member states. It is my passion to work around the areas of human development, especially on issues surrounding children, youth, and women. It is my dream that one day an issue of gender inequality will be a topic of our generation, and the next generation of children coming up will no longer be discussing issues around gender inequality, because we will have done everything to eradicate gender inequality. I also stand here really to take advantage of the work that is being done by SADC PF of trying to transform this forum to a regional parliament, which in my belief, that is a step forward for sustainable development of the SADC region. Because once we transform from a forum to a regional parliament, we are enabling collaboration at a regional level. We are enabling intervention and enforcement of legislative instruments that will make to be able to be implemented in member states across the region. For now, we do a lot of work as SADC PF, but one would say a lot of our work is more of a gentleman agreement where countries will still opt out from ratifying some of the model laws and everything. But once we move to a body of parliament, I believe then the effectiveness of enforcement of our work will then be much improved. I'm looking forward to us achieving that. We have a lot of challenges ahead of us as the committee, a lot of challenges ahead of us as SADC PF, as the body in general, in advancing human development. We will meet a lot of cultural, we will meet a lot of structural, a lot of religious barriers in trying to achieve an Africa that is fit for children, fit for youth, fit for women. But our determination, our dedication should not die. We should work hard to ensure that we build a resilient Africa that will be an equal partner in development with other regional and economic blocs. With all this said, I do not want to say much today. I'm quite excited, and thank you so much for trusting me and putting me here. With all this, I would say this meeting is officially closed. I look forward to our next sessions. For now, I would say have a nice trip back home. For those who are staying overnight, have your last joyful stay. Thank you so much. Okay, and thank you to my campaign manager. Thank you so much.
The meeting is now adjourned.